Chapter 765. After eating and drinking for a while, everything was quickly consumed. The demon race man didn't seem to have the slightest understanding of the situation and instead continued to stare at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was looking down on an ant, his eyes filled with disdain. "What do you want to ask?" The man snorted, clearly seeing Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai chuckled, first introducing himself before asking, "I haven't asked for this friend's name yet." The man frowned, seemingly reluctant to report his name, but after thinking about it for a while, he still replied, "Go Che." Yang Kai sniffed but didn't respond, but Enling was startled for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and exclaiming, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "You're Go Che?" Enling looked at the man from the demon race with a surprised expression. Heavens, you're actually Go Che. How did you end up here? Is he very famous?" Yang Kai looked at Enling in surprise and asked. Go Che snorted and curled his lips. "You little human brat, you looked quite smart before, so how come you're acting like a fool now?" "Sorry, I've never heard of you before." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Enling pursed her red lips and whispered, "Although I've heard of Go Che's name, it's not very famous. The famous one is his father. One of the 4 demon generals, Go Cheong." "Your father is a demon general?" Yang Kai was also taken aback. He had long heard of the demon general's name. Back in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's evil cavern, he had even killed a demon general's soul clone. After coming to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai learned from Shui Ling about the terrifying strength of the demon general, so he was well aware of what kind of character the demon general was. "My father is my father, I am me," Go Che proudly declared, not willing to borrow his father's name. "If you have such a powerful father, how did you end up being captured here?" Yang Kai was also shocked. Go Che's expression became awkward as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely before sighing heavily, capsizing at such an easy task, "There's no need to mention it. Once I leave here, I'll definitely gather my people and raze this place to the ground." "I hope your wishes come true," Yang Kai casually said before asking, "How much do you know about this place?" "Not much." Go Che shook his head, no longer rejecting Yang Kai as much as before. He probably also felt that the enemy of an enemy was a friend and intended to join forces with Yang Kai to see if they could find a way to survive. "All we know is that the people here call themselves the Sun Clan. They seem to have originally been a part of the human race, but because of their secret art and the divine tree, their physique has become somewhat different from that of the human race, so they decided to call themselves a new race." "Divine tree?" Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering that when he had just woken up, one of the Sun Clan's clansmen had brought him to the main hall and mentioned something about a divine tree, saying they would turn him into nutrients for it. It's the Sun Clan's foundation. Didn't you see a somewhat different tree when you came here? The reason why the Yang attribute energy here is so rich is entirely because of that divine tree. If not for that, how could our demonic chi be suppressed? The demon race called the energy in their bodies demonic chi, which was the same reason why human cultivators called it yuan chi. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He really hadn't seen any divine tree. Probably because he and Enling had entered this mysterious small world from a different entrance. That divine tree is very strange. It can produce Yang attribute energy on its own, but it's said that in recent years, the divine tree has had some kind of accident, causing it to become somewhat unstable. In order to maintain the divine tree's health and stability, the Sun Clan began to capture people from the outside and bring them in. The only entrance to this place is in my demon land. So, those who are captured are all from my clan. You two are quite strange. How did you end up being captured? There's more than one entrance here, we just accidentally broke in, Yang Kai explained casually. Oh, no wonder. Go Che nodded lightly before continuing, that unusual energy fluctuation just now, presumably you also felt it. That was the divine tree having some kind of problem. Every time this happens, the Sun Clan will capture a few people and turn their blood and flesh essence into nutrients for the divine tree in order to appease it. Then the people who were captured, dead. Go Che sneered, and it won't be long before it's our turn. As you can see, there aren't many people from my clan left here. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly. There were only about a dozen people left in the cells on either side of him, and there weren't many people in the other cells either. Every time something happened to the divine tree, they would have to sacrifice a few people as a blood sacrifice, so it wouldn't be long before everyone here died. The Sun Clan here always captured people from the demon race from the demon land, so after a long time, it would definitely attract attention and vigilance. Presumably, the demon land would also be on guard, making it impossible for them to succeed. The fruit you ate a few days ago came from their divine tree, Go Che frowned. Seeing you eat it with such relish, and the aura on your body is so disgusting, you should be cultivating a yang attribute secret art, right? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Then you can live a carefree life, before everyone here is killed, they won't touch you. That divine tree likes people like you the most as nutrients, so they'll save you for the final moment. Go Che said, a gloating look on his face, sneering meaningfully, causing Enling to shiver slightly. Many thanks for telling me, Yang Kai cupped his fists. Go Che grinned wickedly as he stared at Enling meaningfully, little brat, if I were you, I would take advantage of this moment to enjoy myself. With such a beautiful woman here, you don't seem to have any problems with her, right? You can't be like this, you'll only disappoint her. As soon as this sentence came out, the remaining demon race people burst into laughter. Yang Kai's face went black, suddenly feeling this guy was a bit hateful. Enling tightened her clothes even more as she glared at Go Che hatefully before hiding behind Yang Kai. After talking with Go Che that day, Yang Kai had learned a little about the current situation and was somewhat mentally prepared. After tasting the delicious wine, Go Che also became somewhat shameless. Every time the Sun Clan people came to deliver food, he would always take 2 jugs of wine from Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't mind and even shared the food with him. After more than 10 days of getting along, Go Che was no longer as arrogant as before. Although he hadn't reached the point of calling Yang Kai a brother yet, his attitude had become much better. However, what made Yang Kai speechless was that this rascal would always try to instigate him to take care of Enling. Every time this happened, Enling would blush and stare at Yang Kai with a weak expression. Being imprisoned here, they were constantly on edge, never knowing when they would lose their lives. This group of unscrupulous demon race people naturally wanted to have some fun. Over the past 10 days, Yang Kai had felt 2 unstable yang attribute energy fluctuations, most likely caused by the divine tree. Without exception, both times, a member of the demon race was captured and never returned. As the days passed, the number of demon race prisoners in the prison grew fewer and fewer, causing everyone's mood to gradually become heavy. The day of their deaths was not far away, everyone was aware of this problem. The atmosphere was very dignified, only Yang Kai and Go Che seemed indifferent, one seemingly not worried at all while the other seemed to have completely disregarded life and death. During his free time, Yang Kai had been cultivating, not letting go of any opportunity to improve his strength. He knew that the day he was captured would be the day he had to give it his all. In this mysterious small world, whether he could survive or not depended on a little bit of accumulation and hard work. Yang Kai didn't put anyone below the saint realm in his eyes, so if he was provoked, he would release his soul-devouring insects and cause this entire mysterious small world to become a living hell. Presumably, the Sun Clan's elders wouldn't be able to accept such consequences and would use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with their masters. So, Yang Kai didn't show any panic. This was his trump card, one he wasn't prepared to reveal until the last moment. A month passed, 2 months passed, basically every 5 days someone would be captured, and as time passed, Yang Kai felt that the frequency of the divine tree's instability seemed to be increasing. There were only a few people left in the dungeon. In addition to Yang Kai and Enling, there was only Go Che and the 2 remaining people in his cell. Next time, it would be their turn. This feeling of their lives hanging by a thread made everyone panic, even Go Che somewhat unable to remain calm. One day, while drinking with Yang Kai, Go Che suddenly asked, "Friend, I can see that you're a man. If death really comes your way, won't you resist? Do you think I have a chance to resist?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "They didn't imprison your Yuan Qi, so your chances are better than mine. If that's the case, I certainly won't just sit still and wait for death. Good, when the time comes, Father will help you. If you can really escape, please go to my father and tell him about the situation here so he can avenge me." Saying so, Go Che's expression became fierce. "Let them know that the people of the demon race are not to be trifled with." Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully, faintly feeling that this rascal should still be hiding some means so he wouldn't be so powerless to resist when he was captured. However, this rascal's means should be limited. From the tone of his voice, it was clear he didn't think he had any hope of escaping. With his help, perhaps there really is a chance. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Just as he was speaking though, a chaotic fluctuation appeared in the air. Yang Kai, Go Che, and Enling's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as they glanced at each other. "It's here." Go Che took a deep breath and quickly said. The divine tree had once again become unstable. At this moment, besides them, there was only one person from the demon race left in the dungeon, so this time it was likely they wouldn't be able to escape. Deng 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 deng. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the outside, accompanied by a light creaking sound as several Sun clan members entered from the outside, their expressions cold and gloomy. Chapter 766. The one leading this group was the master who had previously lifted the seal on Yang Kai, his expression gloomy and helpless. After entering, he waved his hand and several of his clansmen immediately opened the cell doors on both sides. "Little brat, it's time for you to die." The man coldly declared, "You've enjoyed so much to eat and drink for so long, now I want to see just how much of a role you can play." Saying so, he once again sealed Yang Kai's Yuan Qi and shouted to his clansmen, "Take them all away." Go Che and his clansmen immediately cursed out loud, but were met with a flurry of punches and kicks before they were taken out of the cell. Yang Kai and Enling didn't resist, so they were spared such a fate. Walking down the corridor of the dungeon, Go Che didn't seem to be willing to cooperate, constantly stopping here and there, resulting in him being whipped quite a few times. By the time they left the cell, Go Che was covered in blood from head to toe, but his backbone was firm and he didn't utter a single word, instead spitting out all kinds of obscenities that irritated the ears of those who heard him. The Sun clan master sneered, "Curse all you want, you won't have a chance to do so later. I heard you're the son of some demon general. I think your father is nothing more than that. His own son is about to die yet he doesn't even know how to come and save him. If you have the guts, let me go, I'll go back and call for reinforcements so my father can wipe you all out." Go Che clamored. "Idiot!" The man spat disdainfully. As Go Che spoke, he constantly winked at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to take action. Yang Kai quickly responded, motioning him to remain calm. This was the time when the master was most vigilant. Even if Yang Kai was at his peak, he couldn't guarantee he could successfully escape, let alone now that Yuan Qi and his knowledge C had been tampered with. Yang Kai had to wait for an opportunity, find the best time to release his soul-devouring insects and control a large number of Sun clan clansmen. Seeing this, Go Che no longer said anything and instead stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, wondering what he was planning to do. The more he was escorted forward, the more Yang Kai felt. The stronger the Yang attribute energy fluctuations became. The more he felt, the more uneasy he became. They seemed to be very anxious, and the speed of their feet was also extremely fast. Not long after, they came to an open field. There was nothing in the radius of a few thousand feet here, except for a giant golden tree that was 1,000 feet tall and had a lush canopy that took root here. Yang Kai could feel all the yang energy. They all came from this giant tree. It was like a protective umbrella, its huge canopy spreading out and radiating energy into the distance, forming a semicircle visible to the naked eye that covered the Sun Clan's residence. As soon as he arrived here, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body showed signs of restlessness. His flesh and blood also began to wriggle, and many of the restrictions placed on his body were destroyed. Yang Kai's eyes lit up in astonishment. Yang Kai hadn't expected such a strange tree to exist in this world. This should be the divine tree that the Sun Clan spoke of, the foundation of their clan. Because of the cultivation method, as long as they had this divine tree, their strength would increase rapidly. They didn't need to be like Yang Kai. They needed to search everywhere for Yang attribute precious treasures and places where world energy gathered. This was simply the paradise that Yang Kai had always dreamed of. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the giant divine tree. Vaguely, there were some fruits hanging upside down, the kind that Yang Kai had eaten before. There were quite a few of them, some of which seemed to be ripe, some of which were still in their tender state. Not far from the roots of the divine tree, the Sun Clan's elders were all waiting. When they noticed the arrival of Yang Kai's group, they all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with expectation when they saw Yang Kai. The divine tree also seemed to be giving off some unusual fluctuations, actually conveying a kind of desperate message. Visible to the naked eye, pure Yang attribute energy transformed into ropes that stretched out from the divine tree and wrapped around Yang Kai's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits rose. The leader smiled and stroked his beard, nodding, "It seems that the divine tree likes this human very much. We're saved. With this human, the divine tree should be able to remain stable for a while, giving us plenty of time to find new nutrients. Being able to become nutrients for the divine tree is your honor." The master who had escorted Yang Kai and the others here sneered. "I don't think it's an honor," Yang Kai snorted, but didn't try to break free from the divine tree's energy chains. Not only did these energy chains not restrict his movements, but they also made him feel very comfortable. Continuing forward, not far in front of them, the ground was littered with bones and dark red blood. These bones were obviously the remains of the demon race members who had been dragged here as a blood sacrifice. As far as the eye could see, it was like a sea of bones. It was a ghastly sight, truly a bit horrifying. And Ling-er's pretty face paled, thinking that she would soon become like this, her heart filled with panic. Kacha, the group continued forward and stepped on these bones, breaking them and emitting a series of bone-chilling sounds. Go Che's eyes were filled with anger as he gasped for breath, his eyes gradually turning red as an aura of resentment slowly spread from his body. These bones and dried blood were all left behind by his clansmen, so Go Che was naturally angry. As they approached the divine tree, Yang Kai's expression gradually became strange. He seemed to be able to sense some indescribable information from the divine tree, and for a time, he couldn't help immersing himself in it. A moment later, the group was escorted to the divine tree's roots. The Sun Clan didn't seem to intend to waste any time and directly began the blood sacrifice to appease the divine tree. The leader stared at Go Che with scorching eyes and coldly said, "Let's start with him." Immediately, someone stepped forward and pressed Go Che to the ground. "Little brat, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Go Che suddenly shouted angrily at Yang Kai, his body suddenly swelling as his physique filled with explosive power, instantly shattering the seal placed on his body. Without hesitation, Go Che stretched out his claw-like hand towards the nearest Sun Clan clansman and thrust it straight towards his heart, intending to kill him in one blow. All the Sun Clan clansmen's expression didn't change as they all stared at Go Che like he was a clown. The old leader simply waved his hand and Go Che's movement stiffened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Cold sweat gradually dripped down his forehead as Go Che's red eyes flashed with unwillingness, but in the face of absolute power, he was powerless. "You seem to want to fight to the death." The leader chuckled, "How naive, do you think I'll give you a chance?" You old bastard. Go Che ground his teeth and cursed, the veins on his forehead bulging as he unwillingly circulated his yuan qi, but was still unable to escape from this predicament. His strength wasn't low, having reached the third-order transcendent realm, but in front of a Saint Realm Master, he still couldn't resist. What's more, this was the Divine Tree's foundation, so in front of the rich yang qi, his demonic qi had been suppressed to the lowest possible level. Even a Sun Clan clansman of the same level as him could easily deal with him. Kill him. The leader coldly ordered, his face filled with impatience. The two Sun Clan clansmen who had been holding Go Che down before grinned fiercely and raised their hands, their yuan qi surging as they prepared to kill him. Wait! Seeing that Go Che's blood was about to be spilled, Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Little brat, what do you want to do? The leader stared at Yang Kai gloomily. Do you want to die in his place? As soon as this statement came out, Go Che's expression became a little strange. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully and said, Sorry, my friendship with him isn't that deep, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Then why did you say something to stop him? I just thought that I might have a way to resolve the current problem and appease your divine tree. Yang Kai smiled lightly. All the Sun Clan people's expressions changed, the leader's expression becoming even colder as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai. Little brat, you're young and frivolous, I can understand if you want to show off, but if you dare play tricks on us, I'll make sure you taste a fate worse than death. Whether I'm bragging or not, just let me try. You won't lose anything, Yang Kai said as his body shook. In the next moment, the yuan qi in his body surged. You. The master who had escorted him stared at him dumbfoundedly, seemingly not having expected him to be able to break his seal so easily. Don't be so surprised, it's not that I have the ability to break your seal, it's the divine tree that helped. Yang Kai chuckled, pointing to the energy wrapped around his body. Strange. The man shook his head, a puzzled look on his face. Then do you want to let me try? To be honest, if you want to kill me right now, I have no objection, at most I'll die, but if you let me try, you may find some unexpected surprises. And, if it really doesn't work, it won't be too late for you to act then, it's all up to you. Seeing him speak so calmly, as if he didn't know the meaning of death, the Sun Clan clansmen began to hesitate. The main reason was that the Divine Tree's actions this time had surprised them. There had never been a precedent of the Divine Tree wrapping its energy around someone before, not even the Sun Clan clansmen. As such, Yang Kai's words were somewhat credible. Perhaps, as he said, they would find some unexpected surprises. After discussing for a while, everyone turned their eyes to their leader. The old man hesitated for a moment, his eyes staring at Yang Kai with some distrust, but after a moment of silence, he nodded lightly and said, This old master allows it, what do you want to do? Let's hear it first. I can't say, just watch. Yang Kai chuckled, ignoring the Sun Clan clansmen's oppressive gazes and walked forward. If you dare damage the Divine Tree in the slightest, I'll pull out your soul and torture you for all eternity. The leader threatened coldly. Yang Kai coldly snorted and didn't pay attention to him. Chapter 767. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai walked up to the huge Divine Tree. Both Go Che and Enling secretly broke out in cold sweat, not knowing what Yang Kai was planning. Standing at the base of the Divine Tree, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on the thick trunk of the tree. In an instant, Yang Kai's body shook. The Divine Tree in front of him was simply a huge treasure trove. The Divine Tree contained a massive amount of Yang attribute energy that Yang Kai couldn't even fathom, and it was currently flowing through the veins in its trunk like a roaring river. Listening carefully, Yang Kai could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from it. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, if he could take this huge amount of energy for himself, just what kind of strength would he be able to grow to? But soon, Yang Kai secretly shook his head. After all, this was the Sun Clan's Divine Tree. In front of so many masters, it was impossible for him to absorb the divine tree's energy. If he really did so, he would become a corpse in the next moment. While Yang Kai was observing this, the divine senses of each of the Sun Clan's masters were locked onto him, as if the moment he made the slightest move, they would ruthlessly destroy him. However, Yang Kai acted quite tactfully and simply continued to investigate. After a long time, these people began to show impatient looks because the fluctuations coming from the divine tree were still chaotic and unstable, showing no signs of change. Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and once again shattered the seal in his knowledge sea. His soul avatar leapt out of his body and rushed into the divine tree's trunk. In a golden world, Yang Kai's soul avatar seemed to be swimming in a golden river. This river was composed entirely of Yang attribute energy, and following the source of this river, Yang Kai continued upwards. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at a mysterious place. This place should be somewhere inside the divine tree. Strictly speaking, it could be considered the heart of the tree. In front of him, there was a unique mass of energy quietly floating around the golden river. This mass of energy also exuded a hot aura. However, there were some subtle differences between this and the surrounding river. At this moment, a rhythmic pulse was being emitted from this ball of energy, making it look like a beating heart. Looking at it, Yang Kai was shocked. Sure enough, he thought to himself. When Yang Kai came here and saw the energy of the tree of God coiling around his body, he sensed it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was shocked. This immediately confirmed the guess in his heart. At the same time, he completely understood why the tree of God was rioting and unstable. The Sun Clan didn't understand this and could only use blood sacrifices to provide nutrients to the divine tree. With a light snort, Yang Kai stared ahead without blinking. That ball of energy was still moving. He revealed a thirsty message to Yang Kai. This mass of energy was currently in a chaotic state, but Yang Kai believed that if it was given enough time and nutrients, it would become a mass of conscious energy. In the boundless universe, there were all kinds of strange life forms. The Jade True Spirit Yang Kai had encountered before was a kind of life form, the bone race he saw in Ice Sect was also a kind of life form, and this divine tree was also a kind of life form. However, looking at its current appearance, it seemed to be transforming into a different kind of life form. From an unconscious state to a conscious one. This mass of energy at the heart of the tree of God was the place where its consciousness converged. Once this evolution was successful, this mass of energy would become the place where the divine tree's soul converged, becoming its soul avatar. Yang Kai was deeply shocked, never having thought that a giant tree could reach this point today. The instability and rioting of the divine tree was not because it was in some kind of condition, nor was it because it was nearing the end of its life, but because this kind of evolution required a lot of energy and nutrients. It was rooted here and couldn't absorb too much nutrients, so whenever it needed something, it would unconsciously riot, so when someone was sacrificed here, the divine tree would calm down for a while. After eating and drinking enough, it would naturally calm down. However, this kind of method only treated the symptoms, not the root cause, and when it once again craved something, the Sun Clan's people would be helpless. The amount of energy required to evolve was simply too great, and judging from the frequency of its rioting, Yang Kai secretly felt that it wouldn't be long before the divine tree's evolution succeeded. Thinking about this, Yang Kai quickly figured out the situation in front of him, but he didn't know how much the Sun Clan knew about this. Logically speaking, as long as they sent their soul avatars into this place to investigate, they should be able to figure out the situation, but judging from the uneasiness they felt towards the divine tree's rioting, it seemed they didn't know the reason for it. Yang Kai was a little confused and couldn't help feeling puzzled. I need to ask them about this carefully. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his soul avatar and returned to his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, the angry shouts of the Sun Clan masters rang out in his ears. They seemed to have become impatient and were about to sacrifice Go Che and his companions. What's the hurry? Yang Kai glanced over at them and said lightly, "I've already made some progress, just wait a little longer." The Sun Clan leader glared at Yang Kai and coldly declared, "I'll give you half a cup of tea's time. If you still can't stabilize the divine tree, all of you will die here today." Half a cup of tea's time. Yang Kai chuckled, "That should be enough." Saying so, his figure leapt up into the air and disappeared into the dense foliage, disappearing from everyone's sight. The Sun Clan masters weren't worried though. Although they couldn't see Yang Kai, with their divine senses locked onto him, they weren't worried about Yang Kai playing any tricks. Atop a huge tree trunk, Yang Kai estimated the distance and felt that he should be in the same place as the mass of energy his soul avatar had seen before. Stretching out his finger, Yang Kai opened a crack in the tree trunk. Immediately, Yang Kai released a drop of yang liquid from his fingertip and dripped it into this crack. The yang liquid directly seeped into it and disappeared. Waiting quietly, Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil and he didn't have much confidence. What he was doing now was just to give it a try, he wasn't sure if it would work. He still remembered that when he was still very weak, he had used his yang liquid to cultivate yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit trees, so he knew that his yang liquid had a very significant effect on promoting the growth of such things. Spirit grasses and spirit trees that had been growing for several years only needed 1 or 2 drops of yang liquid to fully mature in half a month. Now, this divine tree needed energy to evolve. Giving it a drop of yang liquid was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Yang Kai's drop of yang liquid was very different from before, the difference in energy contained within it was tens of millions of times greater. Perhaps it could meet the divine tree's requirements. It was only a possibility, but if it didn't succeed, Yang Kai would have no choice but to give it a try. Waiting nervously, Yang Kai's heart was in his throat, not because he was afraid of fighting with the Sun Clan, but because he was full of anticipation. He was looking forward to the effect his yang liquid would have on the divine tree. He really wanted to see what this divine tree would look like when it evolved into a sentient form. Suddenly, the divine tree's already unstable fluctuations became even more chaotic and violent, as if it had been stimulated by something, its yang attribute energy raging. A scorching hot wind swept up from the ground. "Little brat, what did you do?" One of the Sun Clan clansmen who had been waiting down below immediately roared and flew up to deal with Yang Kai. "Wait!" The Sun Clan leader waved his hand to stop him, his brow furrowed as he carefully probed the situation. "Leader, that little brat must have done something to the divine tree, please let me kill him." "I told you to wait." The leader swept a dignified glance over him, causing the man to immediately shut up. On the tree trunk. Yang Kai heard the other party's words. However, he didn't panic at all and instead showed a happy expression. The divine tree was really thirsty for yang liquid. Its riot wasn't because it was uncomfortable, but because it had tasted something so delicious and was unconsciously asking for more. The crack on the tree trunk that Yang Kai had made before had actually opened up on its own. The divine tree seemed to think that it could obtain more benefits by doing this. Its consciousness was now in a state of chaos and ignorance, like a growing fetus. It was somewhat sensitive to the outside world, but it couldn't distinguish too many details. The opening of the crack on its own was a direct manifestation of its consciousness. Yang Kai grinned and dripped a drop of yang liquid from his fingertip into the divine tree's trunk. A moment later, the divine tree's violent aura suddenly calmed down. At this moment, the faces of the Sun Clan clansmen all showed strange expressions. The leader's expression also changed, a cold light flashing across his eyes. As time passed, the divine tree's aura gradually stabilized, as if it was being smoothed out by an invisible hand. Everyone waited at the bottom for a while before they saw Kai Yang jump down with a pale face. After landing, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged without saying a word and began circulating his secret art. No one dared to disturb him, even the Sun Clan clansmen held their breaths and waited quietly, wondering what kind of method he had used to calm the divine tree's riot. Go Che and Ling glanced at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this time they had luckily escaped disaster. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Although his complexion was a little ruddy, anyone could see that he was quite weak at the moment, and the yuan qi in his body seemed to have been completely exhausted. His expression was also quite gloomy, obviously not in a good mood. Yang Kai was indeed in a bad mood. This time, in order to provide nutrients to the divine tree, he had consumed a total of 20 drops of yang liquid before finally stabilizing it. It was a big loss. "Little brat, what method did you use?" The Sun clan leader quickly asked. "How did you manage to calm the divine tree?" "Do you think I'll tell you?" Yang Kai sneered. "Little brat, you don't know what's good for you. If you don't speak, we'll let you taste all the torture in this world." Someone immediately threatened. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing any fear. "It doesn't matter, this time's pacification was just a stopgap measure. If you don't want to completely solve the divine tree's problem, you can try to kill me. I promise you, even if I lose a single hair, the next time something happens to the divine tree, I will absolutely stand by and watch." Chapter 768. Yang Kai's fearless appearance made the Sun clan's men feel somewhat troubled. The Sun clan leader let out a strange laugh, whether it was out of ridicule or admiration, muttering, "Little brat, your courage isn't small. Do you think we won't dare attack you? You only have one life, so you'd best cooperate." Yang Kai stared at him indifferently, not saying a word, making it clear that he wouldn't reveal the truth even if he was beaten to death. Now, if he wanted to take the initiative, he could only remain silent. Once the Sun clan found out what he had done, they would likely treat him as a long-term nutrient for the divine tree, forcing him to constantly produce yang liquid and feed it to it. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. However, listening to their tone, Yang Kai faintly felt that they really didn't know the divine tree was evolving. Frowning for a moment, a thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly understood. The reason he could detect this was because his soul avatar had entered the tree trunk and could easily see what was happening. Their soul avatars obviously didn't have this ability. Inside the tree trunk, rich and hot yang attribute energy flowed, so once their soul avatars entered it, they would likely be incinerated to death. They didn't have conflagrated knowledge seas, so they could ignore this kind of heat. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down and he became more and more confident. As long as they didn't know the inside story, he could completely seize the initiative. The Sun clan leader stared deeply at Yang Kai, his brow furrowed as his expression fluctuated, but after a while, he chuckled and nodded. "If you don't want to say, then don't. Even if you don't say anything, I'll still have a chance to figure it out." This was their territory and his cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, so naturally he felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, not denying this. "Since you have the ability to appease the divine tree, you have some value to us, so we won't kill you today. But I warn you. Don't play any tricks or you'll have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai chuckled. "Don't worry, I know my limits. As long as you don't hurt me and my companions, I will cooperate." "This kid is interesting." The leader laughed strangely. Yang Kai's flexible attitude was an eye-opener for him. "But before that, I have a few requests that I need to tell you. Don't push your luck. You dare to make demands of us? You don't have the qualifications. Don't you know where you stand?" The leader coldly snorted, his expression becoming gloomy. "I'm not making this request for myself. This is for the sake of your divine tree. If you want your divine tree to recover as soon as possible, it's best that you listen to me. It's fine if you don't listen, it's up to you." The Sun clan's people all frowned as they stared at him with some distrust. "Speak," the leader said with a sullen expression. "First, starting today, I want all Sun clan members to stop absorbing yang attribute energy from the divine tree. If he wanted to cultivate, stay far away." "Why?" I can only say that this has something to do with the Divine Tree's rebellion, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. The Divine Tree needed nutrients to evolve, so he had to use his Yang liquid to help it evolve. Yang Kai didn't want the Divine Tree's energy to be divided up by the Sun Clan again, as doing so would only worsen his own consumption. What kind of joke is this? You think you can make my entire clan stop cultivating with just a few words? A Sun Clan master shouted. That's up to you to decide, I don't care, I'm just making a suggestion. How long must we stop? The Sun Clan leader asked. Yang Kai frowned and asked, how long ago did your Divine Tree start acting up? The leader replied, about 3 years ago. At first, it wasn't very obvious, but recently it has become more and more frequent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In other words, the Divine Tree's evolution had begun 3 years ago, so his inference was correct. As long as the conditions were met, it wouldn't take long for the Divine Tree to complete its evolution. At that time, it would develop its own consciousness and become a higher-level life form. If that's the case, then you only need to endure for a year at most, maybe half a year, maybe even less. Acceptable. The leader nodded and agreed to Yang Kai's request. With him saying so, even if the other Sun Clan masters were somewhat unwilling, they couldn't refute. At worst, they would just have to endure for a year. Second, I need something to supplement my Yuan Qi, preferably the Divine Tree's fruits, the more the better. Yang Kai said lightly. As soon as this statement came out, all the Sun Clan members wore strange expressions. The leader chuckled and said, the more the better. Do you think the Divine Tree's fruits are inexhaustible? Each of the fruits here has been growing for hundreds of years, even we don't have the opportunity to consume them easily. Who do you think you are, daring to ask for such a treasure? Aren't there a lot of fruits on the tree? Yang Kai's face also sank. These people were really stingy. There were a lot of ripe fruits hanging from the Divine Tree, at least a few dozen of them, each of which emitted a strong fragrance, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely envious. These are the treasures my clan has accumulated over thousands of years, how can we allow outsiders to consume them? The leader looked reluctant. Even if you don't have such fruits, Yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines are fine. You should have enough, right? Yang Kai said impatiently. The wool comes from the sheep's back, he was providing the Yang liquid for the Divine Tree's evolution, so naturally the Sun Clan would have to supplement his consumption. As you can see, I need to consume all my Yuan Qi to appease the Divine Tree. If I don't replenish it, how can I recover? The leader heard this and could only nod. Good, we'll do as you say, we'll provide you with something to supplement your Yuan Qi, you don't need to worry about that. Thirdly, little brat, we don't have the patience to discuss conditions with you, the leader looked displeased and directly interrupted Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully, I just wanted to say, since you need me, shouldn't you provide me with a better environment? I can't escape from here, what's the point of keeping me locked up in this dungeon? Good. There's also my female companion, and I've been getting along quite well with those 2 friends from the demon race, if it's convenient, arrange for them to be with me. Go Che couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai in surprise, his expression changing slightly, seemingly a little grateful. I agree. The leader was already impatient to the extreme, his expression slightly ferocious. Your conditions. I'll satisfy you. But if you don't, you know what will happen to you. Very well, Yang Kai nodded lightly, his face filled with a bright smile. Take them away, arrange for them according to his requirements. The leader waved his hand and ordered. The master who had escorted Yang Kai and the others here immediately stepped forward and escorted them away. After they left, one of the Sun Clan's elders wore a gloomy expression. That little brat is simply rude, daring to make so many demands. Why did you agree to his demands, leader? What's wrong with agreeing? In any case, it's just a small matter. I'd like to see how he appeases the Divine Tree next time. Send someone to monitor them. Especially that young human, let's see what he's up to during this time. Yes. Inside a palace, Yang Kai's group of 4 was led here. After arranging their accommodations, the Sun Clan man who had led Yang Kai and the others here left. However, whether it was Yang Kai or Go Che, both of them could feel that there were many powerful masters monitoring them from the periphery of this palace, their divine senses seeping in. Obviously, they wouldn't give them a chance to escape. Changing to a more comfortable environment. Escaping from the jaws of death again, the group of 4 felt some lingering fear. In particular, Go Che and the unknown man from the demon race couldn't understand why Yang Kai would take such good care of them. Inside a private room, the 4 people gathered together, Go Che looking at Yang Kai with a somewhat complicated expression, hesitating several times before finally asking the question in his heart. Yang Kai chuckled, "It's nothing special, it's just that now that we've all fallen into this predicament, it's not a big deal. Isn't Brother Go Che thinking too much?" Go Che's expression became awkward as he scratched his cheek awkwardly, suddenly saying in a serious tone, "No matter what, this time I, Go Che, owe you my life. I will remember this kindness. If we can leave this place, I will definitely repay it." This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's unexpected actions, he would have already been sacrificed to the Sun Clan. Brother Go Che is too serious. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. "Whether or not we can leave this place is another matter altogether. If things go wrong, we may still die here. When that time comes, I'll fight them. I've already experienced that. And, this palace is a bit big, you can find a room to stay in. For the time being, no one will be in any danger, I need to quickly restore myself. Then brother, I won't disturb you any longer, have a good rest." Go Che said before quickly leading his clansmen away. And Ling didn't leave, just staring at Yang Kai thoughtfully with her pair of beautiful eyes. "What else do you want?" Yang Kai asked. "You lied." And Ling frowned, "I can feel that you didn't save Go Che out of kindness, you must be plotting something. If you know too much, it's easy to be silenced by others." Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "I'm not afraid of you, you're just talking nonsense." And Ling spat disdainfully, seemingly having already seen through Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What exactly do you want from him? What can he possibly give you?" "It's nothing," Yang Kai smiled, "what I want is for him to be grateful." "What good is that for you?" "Here, his gratitude can't save you." "It really can't save me here, but what about outside?" Yang Kai stared at her meaningfully. "Outside?" And Ling's brow furrowed, seemingly puzzled. "Idiot." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "They say women have big breasts but no brains, it seems that's true." "I." And Ling blushed, quietly lowering her head to look at her towering peaks, grinding her teeth as she asked, "Where are they big?" "I don't think they're small. They've developed quite well," Yang Kai said with a lewd expression. "Shameless bastard." And Ling shouted angrily, her neck flushed red. Chapter 769. Inside the room, after listening to Yang Kai's explanation, and Ling finally understood what Yang Kai was planning. If his guess was correct, after leaving this mysterious small world, they would arrive at the demon land. The demon land was the territory of the demon race. Since ancient times, humans and demons had never coexisted. In Tongxian realm, except for the neutral zones, once creatures of different races met, they would inevitably fight. If Yang Kai, a human, suddenly appeared in the demon land, he would definitely be hunted down by the demon race. At that time, even if he had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to escape. But with Go Che, things were different. This guy's father was the demon general Go Qiong, a powerful master, so as long as he could shelter Yang Kai and Enling, they wouldn't have to worry about such matters. That was why Yang Kai had decided to help him in order to gain his gratitude. Hearing this, Enling stared at Yang Kai with a contemptuous look. So you're trying to extort me for my kindness? Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeve? Yang Kai snorted, I'm just thinking further ahead than you. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that we can leave this place. If we can't leave, even if we become sworn brothers with that rascal Go Che, it won't help us. Can we leave? Ling pursed her red lips, her brow furrowed uneasily. I don't know, everything depends on effort. Yang Kai also shook his head helplessly. Right now, he didn't dare make any guarantees and could only say he would do his best to create a way out. I wonder how the Holy Land is doing, Ling sighed faintly. Saintess Nan had suddenly become like this, and the old Holy Master had likely fallen. It was likely that the entire Holy Land was in chaos right now. I don't know what's happening to your Holy Land, but I think your 3 Saintess sisters are most likely dead. Ah. Ling's beautiful face went pale as she exclaimed. Thinking about it carefully, she suddenly felt that what Yang Kai said was indeed possible. Because they cultivated the same cultivation method, Saintess Nan could easily find the location of the other saintesses, and Ling had managed to escape the calamity on the archipelago. However, her 3 sisters might not have such good luck. There was no Saint Realm Master in the Saintess Patrol team, nor was there anyone capable of resisting the previous generation Saintess, who was only a second-order saint. It was very likely that before Saintess Nan pursued Ling, she had already killed one or more of those 3. Yang Kai's words made Ling's joy from escaping from the jaws of death instantly sink to the bottom of the valley. Her pretty face faintly paled. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The situation may not be so bad. Yang Kai secretly regretted his words. He had already thought of these things. He had just casually mentioned it, but who would have thought that it would make Ling so sad? It's all your fault. I was in a good mood. Ling glared at Yang Kai with reddened eyes. She covered her face and ran out. Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly, feeling that trouble often came from careless talk. The Sun Clan people were relatively trustworthy. Not long after Yang Kai and the others settled down, they sent him a large number of pills. Thus, he sent over a large number of spirit pills and medicines, all of which were of the Yang attribute. This place was rich in Yang attribute energy, so naturally it was very suitable for growing herbs of this attribute. The Sun Clan probably had someone skilled in alchemy, so these herbs were all refined into pills. There were a total of 10 bottles, each containing 10 pills, all of them spirit grade low rank. Not high grade, but not too bad either. 10 bottles of spirit grade low rank pills. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to swallow all of them. The Yang liquid he had consumed was basically replenished. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied and was preparing to take advantage of this opportunity. He wanted to properly extort the Sun Clan. After all, he would need to replenish the Divine Tree's Yang liquid many times in the future, so how could a trivial 10 bottles of pills satisfy him? After 3 days of peace, Yang Kai once again requested pills from the Sun Clan, causing the eyes of the Sun Clan person in charge to almost pop out of their sockets. 10 bottles contained a total of 100 pills, enough for any one of their clansmen to consume for several months, but Yang Kai had consumed all of them in just 3 days. However, under their surveillance, they also knew that Yang Kai had been meditating in his room and had not taken even half a step out. He also didn't have a universe bag storage artifact on him, so naturally it was impossible for him to hide these pills. After a series of dissatisfied scoldings, the Sun Clan person finally brought another 10 bottles of pills for Yang Kai and advised him to use them sparingly. Even for their Sun Clan, refining these pills was not easy. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but secretly snorted disdainfully, still swallowing these pills like they were beans. Spirit-grade low-rank pills, if he wanted to refine them now, he could easily refine 10 bottles in less than 2 days. It could only be said that the standard of the Sun Clan's alchemists was simply too low. Time passed day by day, and everyone in the Sun clan thought that after this time's appeasement, the divine tree would remain stable for a while, but after 5 days, the divine tree once again began to emit unstable energy fluctuations. When he noticed this, Yang Kai had already made preparations. Sure enough, a moment later, someone came and led him to the divine tree. This time, Enling, and the others didn't follow and instead remained in the palace. Under the divine tree, the Sun clan's masters, led by their leader, were all waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, all of them locked their divine senses onto him, seemingly wanting to take this opportunity to figure out what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Even if they probed his methods, there wouldn't be any problems because in this world, besides him, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat as such. He wasn't worried at all. Arriving here, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and directly jumped onto the divine tree's trunk, still searching for the crack he had previously opened, condensing a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips and dripping it down. Each drop of yang liquid contained Yang Kai's yuan qi, and with his current cultivation and meridian's toughness, the amount of energy contained in this yang liquid was already enormous. Even so, when the drop of yang liquid seeped into the divine tree, it disappeared and was completely absorbed by the divine tree. A burst of rapid fluctuations began to spread from the divine tree, more unstable than before, obviously in desperate need of more energy. Yang Kai didn't become anxious and continued to drip yang liquid into the divine tree one drop at a time to appease its unconscious fluctuations. The Sun clan's masters were watching closely from below, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on and couldn't help frowning. Although they could feel a huge amount of energy leaking out, it would quickly disappear, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. One after another, all of them frowned. They wanted to go up and take a closer look, but were afraid that Yang Kai would turn hostile, so they hesitated. About half an hour later, the divine tree's aura stabilized. Yang Kai's soul avatar flew into the divine tree and inspected it, quickly discovering that this time the mysterious energy was somewhat different from the last time. It seemed to have become more solid. Nodding to himself, Yang Kai felt that it wouldn't be long before this energy mass gained its own consciousness. When Yang Kai jumped down again, the Sun clan's masters found that he was the same as last time, his face pale and the yuan qi in his body completely consumed. Looking at each other, all of them were very satisfied. Regardless of what method Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree, from his performance, it was clear he had done his best, which was what the Sun clan wanted to see. After waiting for him to recover for a moment, everyone came forward. The Sun clan's leader said, "Little brat, I heard you consume pills very quickly, do you take my Sun clan for fools?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, pursed his dry lips, and said weakly, "I consumed so many pills, and although I had some gains, in the end, the one who benefited was still your divine tree. Let me tell you this, of the energy I absorbed from those pills, 90% was fed back to the divine tree. I think you can also see this, all I obtained was a small benefit. Do you really want to bicker with me over such a small amount?" The Sun clan's leader frowned. Although he felt that Yang Kai's words were somewhat untrustworthy, he couldn't refute them. "Since you've brought this up, I have to make a serious declaration to you. Provide me with a large number of pills, a large number, do you understand? Otherwise, the next time something happens to your divine tree, I can't guarantee I'll have enough yuan qi to deal with it." Everyone's face sank. Yang Kai's attitude being so arrogant made them feel a little uncomfortable. "If it's really for the divine tree, I can provide it to you. But your consumption is too fast, if this continues for too long, I'm afraid we won't be able to supply it," the Sun clan's leader said calmly. "If you don't have pills, I'll refine them myself." Yang Kai took a step back. "You also understand alchemy?" The Sun clan's leader looked at him with slight surprise. "That's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted. "Good, I'll have someone prepare it," the Sun clan's leader nodded. "Right, why did the divine tree's rebellion come so quickly this time? Shouldn't you explain it to us? What do I need to explain? You don't think that after my pacification, the divine tree will stop rioting, do you? I don't think so, I just think the cycle should be longer. Idiot. Yang Kai sneered, the faster its frequency, the better. Once it reaches a certain level, it won't riot anymore. If possible, I hope to come here once a day to appease it, there's no need to wait for it to show any signs of trouble. Once a day? Everyone showed a surprised expression, their faces full of confusion. This request can be satisfied. Rest assured, as long as you wholeheartedly devote yourself to the divine tree and my Sun clan, we will definitely not treat you unfairly, perhaps we will even give you many benefits. Since you cultivate a young attribute secret art, my Sun clan has some martial skills that are very suitable for you. Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's sincerity, the Sun clan's leader's expression became much more amiable, immediately promising him a great deal of benefits. Yang Kai was overjoyed on the surface, but in his heart, he was disdainful. From the way they treated him, it was obvious they only regarded him as a laborer. Even if they opened martial skills to him, they would only offer him some low-end stuff. Yang Kai really didn't care about these things. Chapter 770. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai's days were quite dull. Go Che and another from the demon race had nothing to do all day while Yuan Chi's divine sense had been sealed, making it impossible for him to cultivate, so he was bored to death. Although Enling was the same, in the end, she was still a woman, so her temperament was much calmer and she spent most of her time in a daze, no one knowing what she was thinking. Compared to them, Yang Kai was extremely busy. The Sun clan sent him a large number of spirit grasses and herbs. Yang Kai refined these herbs into pills while swallowing them into his abdomen to absorb their medicinal efficacies. Every day, he would go to the divine tree to provide it with a few drops of yang liquid, making his days extremely fulfilling. The grade of the Sun clan's herbs was very good, and using them to perform alchemy, Yang Kai was able to put all his previous insights into practice, allowing his alchemy skills to soar rapidly. The Sun clan members were also constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, but they were still unable to completely figure out what kind of bizarre method Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree. On top of that, from the time he insisted on visiting the divine tree every day, the divine tree no longer emitted unstable energy fluctuations like before. All the Sun clan members were overjoyed, feeling that this human really had some use and secretly rejoiced that they hadn't directly killed him. The only thing that made them dissatisfied was that Yang Kai was consuming too many herbs, like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled no matter how hard they tried. If it weren't for them constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, they would have already asked him what was going on. Time flew by, and soon 3 or 4 months had passed. On this day, after Yang Kai finished providing the divine tree with yang liquid, his soul avatar dove into the trunk as usual to examine it. Looking up, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. The primal chaos soul energy inside the trunk was pulsing vigorously at this moment, like a butterfly about to break out of its cocoon, full of vitality. Under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, it was also transmitting some subtle messages. It seemed like it wanted to communicate with Yang Kai, but didn't know how to express itself. Yang Kai's expression shook, knowing that the divine tree's evolution had reached the most critical juncture. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 2 months before its consciousness was completely born. At that time, it would be a completely new life form. After quietly comforting it for a while, Yang Kai's soul avatar came out and weakly jumped down from the trunk. After resting for a while, he went straight to the Sun clan master who was waiting. Yang Kai, from tomorrow onwards, I will live here. Here? The sun frown on His Highness's face was. Yes, there are some things that I'm very concerned about. I need to observe them for a while, so I won't be running around. If you live here, I'll be able to find out if anything happens to your divine tree. But why do I? God heavens gods. Yang Tree Spirit S. The Sun Clan Master stared at Yang Kai distrustfully. I'm very self-aware. As a prisoner, I won't ask for trouble. You think too much, Yang Kai chuckled. Boy, you're smart, but I'll have to report this matter to the leader first and see what he has to say, the Sun Clan Master nodded. As soon as possible, I'll wait for news from you, Yang Kai said before walking straight towards the palace. Returning to the palace, Yang Kai explained his plan to Enling, causing her to suddenly look a little uneasy. If you leave, what will I do? Go Che and the others are still living here. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he fell into deep thought. Although Go Che didn't look bad, no one could guarantee that without Yang Kai's protection, he wouldn't act lustfully towards Enling or. Even if Go Che had some self-awareness, there was still another member of the demon race. The members of the demon race were a group of violent and cruel people who acted based on their own preferences. Trying to reason with them was pointless. Then you can come with me, I'll tell them I need someone to take care of me. I don't think they'll embarrass me in this regard, Yang Kai thought for a moment and said. Enling nodded quickly, her expression relaxing. The next day, the Sun Clan Master came to the palace and informed Yang Kai that the leader had agreed to his request. Yang Kai took this opportunity to bring up the matter of Enling. The Sun Clan Master pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, no longer needing to report to the leader. After saying goodbye to Go Che and the others, Yang Kai took Enling and left the palace. Under the divine tree, Enling temporarily settled down. The Sun Clan didn't allow her to fly to the top of the tree like Yang Kai, only allowing her to stay under the divine tree. However, as long as she wasn't too far away from Yang Kai, Enling felt relieved. She also knew that the reason she was safe and sound right now was entirely because of Yang Kai's protection. If not for Yang Kai, she would have either become a blood sacrifice or become a plaything for the Sun Clan, neither of which was the outcome she wanted to see. Atop the divine tree, Yang Kai began to observe the reaction of the chaotic soul energy after injecting it with a few drops of yang liquid. Just like yesterday, the divine tree still wanted to communicate with him, but was unable to express itself clearly. Yang Kai's soul avatar sent out waves of soothing energy, calming the divine tree's impatience and guiding it bit by bit. Miraculously, after such a long supply of yang liquid, the divine tree had developed a very strong sense of dependence on Yang Kai, so after being comforted by him, not only did it immediately calm down, it even showed a sense of comfort. As time passed, everything returned to normal. Every day, Yang Kai, in addition to communicating with the divine tree through his soul, spent most of his time accompanying Enling. In order to ensure that the divine tree could evolve as quickly as possible, Yang Kai didn't even dare to circulate his true Yang's secret art, lest he absorb energy from it and delay its evolution process. No one noticed the divine tree's little by little changes, except for Yang Kai, who tried to communicate with it all day long. However, the chaotic soul energy seemed to have reached a limit and was about to undergo some unimaginable changes. More than a month after Yang Kai and Enling lived next to the divine tree, one day, when Yang Kai once again sent his soul avatar into the trunk, the divine tree's soul energy suddenly burst out with a joyful fluctuation, as if it had been waiting for Yang Kai's arrival for a long time. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that the divine tree's soul energy in front of him had given birth to a small consciousness. A look of shock appeared on his face as Yang Kai carefully released his spiritual energy and slowly approached the divine tree heart. The moment his spiritual energy came into contact with the divine tree's soul energy, the divine tree suddenly burst out with a scorching aura. In an instant, Yang Kai's soul avatar was wrapped up in this aura. There seemed to be some unusual sounds in the depths of his soul, like a baby who had just learned to speak and was acting coquettishly in its parents' arms, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, his soul avatar contained the conflagrated spiritual energy, otherwise, being wrapped up in the divine tree's soul would have been enough to shatter anyone's soul. He hurriedly transmitted his thoughts, and the aura that wrapped around him hesitated for a moment before reluctantly retreating. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, feeling that this divine tree's soul was no different from an ignorant baby, instinctively trying to get close to the person it thought it was close to. On top of that, at this moment, it shouldn't have completed its evolution and was still at the final juncture, only one step away. Perceiving its disappointment, Yang Kai quickly poured his divine sense into the divine tree's soul, instantly causing it to become lively again. 2 hours later, the divine tree's soul gradually calmed down and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, no longer emitting any spiritual energy fluctuations. Yang Kai gently exhaled and released his soul avatar, an unimaginable wave of fatigue washing over him. Dealing with such an unevolved life form was even more difficult than fighting a Saint Realm master. It didn't understand anything at all, and Yang Kai's emotions could completely affect its mood swings. In order to avoid any accidents that would alert the Sun Clan's people, Yang Kai had been coaxing it from beginning to end like he was coaxing a child. However, the current situation was somewhat beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The reason he had poured Yang liquid into the divine tree was to stall for time so that he, and the others wouldn't be sacrificed by the Sun Clan, and also to see what the divine tree's new form would look like. However, after pouring Yang liquid and comforting it with his divine sense for so long, the divine tree had developed a sense of dependence and trust towards him. Perhaps it had mistaken him for its own family. Just like some creatures, they would feel a sense of closeness to the first living being they saw when they were born. The divine tree's current situation was similar. Yang Kai couldn't explain it clearly, but it shouldn't be a bad thing. After resting for a while, Yang Kai gradually recovered. After this round of fun, the divine tree seemed to be very tired because Yang Kai had sent his soul avatar into its trunk for the next few days, but the divine tree didn't respond at all, remaining completely silent. After a full 5 days, the divine tree finally woke up. This time though, its consciousness was much clearer than last time. Not only was it able to play with Yang Kai's soul avatar, but it was also able to transmit some vague information to him. The information it transmitted was quite confusing and Yang Kai couldn't figure out what it was trying to say. It was like it was talking to itself, full of curiosity and exploration about everything around it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and could only grit his teeth and continue to accompany it. After such a long time, Yang Kai was both physically and mentally exhausted. Time passed by, and every day the Sun Clan's people would come to observe the situation to confirm that Yang Kai wasn't playing any tricks. They would also observe the divine tree's changes, but to no avail. The divine tree would also wake up every few days, and each time it would show a different change. After playing with Yang Kai for a while, it would go back to sleep, appearing somewhat carefree. As time passed, the divine tree's need to sleep became shorter and shorter. At first, it slept for 5 days, but gradually it became 4 days, 3 days, 2 days. From its consciousness, the information it conveyed gradually became clearer. Yang Kai knew that the divine tree's consciousness was about to be completely born, and suddenly his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 771. In the heart of the divine tree, Yang Kai repeatedly transmitted his divine sense, guiding the divine tree's consciousness to perfect itself. After a long time, he began to treat the divine tree as a real life form. It had its own emotions, its own thoughts, and its own judgment, not just a simple towering tree. Under this premise, the divine tree became more and more friendly to him, opening its heart to him without the slightest bit of precaution. Its weak consciousness was like that of an ignorant and naughty baby. Every time Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the heart of the divine tree, it would show great joy, wrapping him up, pulling him along, shuttling through the trunk of the divine tree, as if it wanted to show him its own body. At this moment, its consciousness was very pure. It was completely like a piece of white paper that had not been stained. All of its emotions could be completely expressed. When Yang Kai came, it would be happy, but when Yang Kai left, it would feel sad and reluctant. Many times, even when it fell into a deep sleep, its spiritual energy would tightly wrap around Yang Kai's soul avatar, unwilling to let him leave. This made Yang Kai very happy, and he began to like this pure and subtle life form from the bottom of his heart. Its purity and simplicity made Yang Kai feel ashamed. While it was playing and communicating with Yang Kai, the divine tree's consciousness also grew rapidly. One day later, when Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the heart of the divine tree, an incomparably clear divine sense suddenly appeared in front of him, welcoming his arrival. Soon, the divine tree's consciousness rushed over, suspended in front of Yang Kai, and wrapped him up affectionately. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and after a long time, he tried to send a message to the divine tree. He hadn't expected it to respond so quickly. Although its expression wasn't very clear, at least Kai Yang was able to understand what it wanted to say to him. Yang Kai grinned as the divine tree's consciousness was finally born. After such a long supply of Yang liquid, the divine tree had successfully evolved into a new life form. The emergence of this new life form was largely due to Yang Kai. Although the divine tree could still evolve without him, it was undoubtedly much earlier. A strong sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. It was like watching the child that he had nurtured finally stand up and grow from babbling to learning how to walk. However, it still had a lot to learn. Yang Kai immediately began to teach it. He taught it how to express its emotions and how to communicate with itself normally. However, the little girl was too naughty. Compared to these, she seemed to be more willing to play with Yang Kai. God knows how much she learned. After a long while, Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from the heart of the tree and rubbed his aching forehead. Just as he was feeling helpless. Suddenly, many tree branches extended from the side. At the same time, a strand of divine sense surged into his mind, transmitting a message. Yang Kai was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the branches that extended over, only to see golden fruits growing on them. For me? Yang Kai quickly responded. The branches trembled slightly. It seemed to be nodding. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't take these fruits. There were still many Sun Clan masters watching from below, so if Yang Kai really took these fruits, he would inevitably be in trouble. Although he had always been envious of these fruits filled with rich Yang attribute energy, from the beginning until now, Yang Kai hadn't tried to pick them. But the divine tree refused to back down. It seemed that if Yang Kai didn't accept it, it wouldn't give up. It stubbornly stretched out its branches in front of him. No matter how Yang Kai tried to persuade it, it was useless. In the end, the fruits actually fell from the branches and into his arms on their own. Yang Kai's face went black, feeling like he couldn't explain himself no matter how he tried. The divine tree, on the other hand, seemed to have done something extraordinary and took back its branches, letting them flutter in the wind. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the 6 or 7 fruits in his arms, he didn't know whether to put them away or not. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai jumped down from the tree trunk and shouted. Immediately, a few Sun Clan masters who had been watching nearby came over and were about to ask what was going on when they suddenly saw the fruits in Yang Kai's arms and became angry. Boy, you dare steal the divine tree's fruits? You're courting death. One of them was furious, his yuan qi surging as he spoke, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and frowned. I didn't steal them, they fell on their own. Nonsense, even if the divine tree's fruits have been here for hundreds of years, as long as they aren't picked, they won't fall. Boy, your ability to lie through your teeth isn't small. I said I didn't steal them, I didn't steal them. If I did, would have eaten them long ago. Yang Kai was too lazy to waste words with them and directly threw the fruits in his arms at them. The Sun Clan masters hurriedly caught them and glared at Yang Kai. The Sun Clan master who had just spoken coldly snorted, "Don't think you can escape punishment like this, we'll report this matter to leader and see how he punishes you." Yang Kai curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. At that moment, a terrifying burst of energy suddenly erupted, filling the air with a frenzied aura as a series of golden whips shot towards the Sun Clan masters from the front, enveloping them in an attempt to envelop them. Perceiving the impending crisis, these Sun Clan masters' expressions changed greatly and they hurriedly leapt up in an attempt to avoid these attacks. But these attacks were incredibly fast, and not only were there many of them, the range of their attacks was also quite large. Before these Sun Clan masters could escape, these attacks had already struck their bodies. A series of light bangs rang out, interspersed with bursts of muffled groans, and all of the Sun Clan cultivators were sent flying while coughing up blood, unable to resist these attacks. One of the weaker Sun Clan clansmen was directly reduced to a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. Yang Kai was stunned, and even Enling, who was hiding behind him, couldn't help trembling as she stared blankly at the scene in front of her. The Sun Clan masters who had been sent flying and coughing up blood didn't even understand what had happened before the overwhelming golden light once again descended upon them. Even if they were prepared, they still couldn't resist such a violent and indiscriminate attack. Light bangs rang out incessantly as each Sun Clan cultivator was struck at least 100 times, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 of them died on the spot, none of them surviving. Yang Kai turned around and stared at the giant divine tree behind him with trembling eyes. At this moment, there was no wind around them, but the divine tree was still rustling noisily as its lush branches and leaves writhed madly. From the crown of the divine tree, visible golden energy drooped down. These energies were like thick and long whips, incomparably sharp. The dead Sun Clan cultivator were all struck by these light whips. The ground was littered with blood and dismembered corpses, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai clearly felt that the divine tree was emitting a violent and hysterical mood, seemingly angered by the attitude of these people towards Yang Kai just now. Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded, never having expected such a sudden turn of events. He had only returned those fruits because he didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, he wasn't sure if he could escape from this place, let alone find a way to escape. Although he knew better than anyone that the divine tree had developed its own consciousness and was very different from before, he hadn't expected that it would act on his behalf and attack him in such a violent and direct manner. There was no need for any kind of strategy in its attacks. The massive amount of energy that was born from its body was the sharpest attack in the world. Yang Kai. Enling's tender body trembled as she tightly clutched onto Yang Kai's clothes, her beautiful eyes widening as a look of confusion appeared on her face. Yang Kai regained his composure and quickly transmitted his divine sense to the divine tree, its furious mood gradually calming down. The energy whips dropped down and picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground before delivering them to Yang Kai. Why does it seem to have a consciousness? Enling's mind was in chaos as she stared blankly at the divine tree behind her. How should I explain this? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. While they were talking, the energy whips of the divine tree retracted and picked up all the fruits on its branches, handing them to Yang Kai in a fit of pique. There were a total of 60 to 70 fruits, each one filled with an unimaginable amount of energy. Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling that this time he wouldn't be able to resolve this peacefully. The divine tree was only showing him good intentions. In its opinion, killing those people wasn't a big deal at all, it was simply helping Yang Kai. However, its violent attacks also caused Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Each of the nearby Sun Clan cultivator was a transcendent, but they still couldn't resist the divine tree's indiscriminate bombardment and were instantly killed. A sharp light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as a cold light flashed across his eyes, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. This time, perhaps there was an opportunity. I'll lift the seal on your body, you take care of yourself. Yang Kai quickly said to Enling, sending his yuan qi and divine sense into her body at the same time. Yang Kai hadn't placed the seal on Enling's body in his eyes. It was only because he didn't want to attract too much attention that he didn't lift it, but now that things had developed to a point where it was difficult to resolve, he had no choice but to take a gamble. In the blink of an eye, Ling felt her yuan qi begin to flow again and the seal on her knowledge sea shattered, allowing her to regain her freedom. In the next moment, countless figures rushed over from all directions. The Divine Tree's riot had obviously alarmed the Sun Clan, so the cultivator who had rushed over all had powerful auras and was clearly not weak. At first glance, seeing the blood and broken corpses all over the ground, these cultivators were immediately enraged. None of them had any intention to greet Yang Kai and instead rushed over, their murderous intent filling the air as their yuan qi surged. Yang Kai chuckled and calmly stored the Divine Tree's fruits into the black book space before sending out a burst of spiritual energy. Amidst this burst of spiritual energy, the soul-devouring insects had already hidden themselves. Chapter 772. The last time he had wreaked havoc in Ice Sect, Yang Kai had already tested the power of his soul-devouring insects and determined that no one below the Saint Realm could resist them. Although the first batch of Sun Clan members who had arrived wasn't weak and there were quite a few of them, none of them had reached this level of strength. A tidal wave of spiritual energy bombarded these people, and although none of them were injured, the soul-devouring insects had silently infiltrated their knowledge seas, waiting for Yang Kai's divine sense to attack and destroy their knowledge seas within 3 to 5 breaths. At the same time as Yang Kai made his move, the Divine Tree once again launched a violent attack, sending out streams of energy that were as heavy as 1,000 caddies, each of them sweeping across the ground, creating a series of giant gullies. A series of rumbling sounds rang out as the Sun Clan cultivator suffered greatly, but none of them were able to get close to Yang Kai, all of them swept away by the Divine Tree's barrage of attacks, those who were unlucky enough to die on the spot. Taking the initiative, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. A tyrannical pressure suddenly spread out from the distance, and as this pressure approached, the Sun Clan's leader and several of the elders Yang Kai had met before finally arrived. "Leader, there's something wrong with the Divine Tree." The cultivator who had luckily escaped the Divine Tree's attack before quickly shouted. The leader's expression became gloomy as he stared at the Divine Tree in a daze, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression filled with shock. The other masters were even more shocked as they screamed, "How is this possible?" All of them were Saint Realm masters, so with their divine senses, they could naturally perceive that there was a consciousness inside the Divine Tree at this moment. This consciousness seemed to be quite disgusted with their spying and was repelling them with a strong hostility. The Divine Tree, does it have its own consciousness? The leader stared at Yang Kai with a pair of deep eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai chuckled, "Kind of. Did you do it?" "I just helped it, it can't be considered my contribution." Yang Kai shook his head. "So that's why it's so kind to you while rejecting my clan?" The leader was a shrewd man, and although he had never been clear about the inside story, after seeing the scene in front of him, he was certain. He quickly deduced the truth of the matter. A Divine Tree's consciousness. It would only ever be kind to those it felt familiar with. "The Divine Tree is my clan's, you little thief." The Sun Clan leader's anger in his heart. "I didn't want to steal it, it was close to me, what could I do? I really should have killed you then." As Yang Kai's expression, Yang Sec's Yang Kai, Yang Kai's Yang. "If you didn't act at that time, you won't have the chance now." Yang Kai raised his brow, his face brimming with confidence. "If that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken." The Sun Clan leader smiled grimly, "A trivial first-order transcendent dares act presumptuously in front of this old master, you really don't know how high the heavens are." As he spoke, suddenly, a subtle spiritual energy burst out from the leader's mind. Before Yang Kai had time to react, he felt a sharp pain in his knowledge sea and his whole body felt like it was being torn apart, his face distorting as his body trembled, large drops of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yang Kai didn't know what this leader's true cultivation was, but facing him, Yang Kai felt even greater pressure than when he faced Saintess Nan. This leader's strength was at least a second-order saint. This was a divine sense attack released by such a master. Even Yang Kai couldn't afford to underestimate it. Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dizzy and even had a feeling of nausea. The moment the leader released his divine sense attack, the several masters around him rushed up and used their killing moves on Yang Kai. A willow-like branch fell from the sky and wrapped around the leader before these attacks could reach him. Even Enling, who was standing beside Yang Kai and supporting him, was swept up into the air. Enling, cried out in alarm, and by the time she reacted, she had already landed on one of the divine tree's branches. She and Yang Kai were completely wrapped up in the dense foliage around them. At the same time, the energy fluctuations hanging down from the divine tree's crown turned into thousands of attacks and met the Sun Clan masters head-on. These people's expressions changed greatly, as if they hadn't expected such a turn of events. Just as they were about to chase after Yang Kai, they were hindered by the divine tree and worried that their attacks would damage the Sun Clan's foundation, causing them to feel extremely uncomfortable. After resisting for a while, they quickly withdrew. "Leader, the divine tree seems to be protecting him," one of the masters said with an extremely ugly expression. I saw it. The leader's face was also like a storm, his expression extremely complicated. Not only was the divine tree protecting this little thief, but it was also attacking his own clansmen. These attacks were not inferior to the methods of a Saint Realm master, so it was obviously difficult to break through the divine tree's defenses. The Sun Clan leader felt an inexplicable sense of shame and unwillingness in his heart, as if the treasure he had spent his entire life guarding and raising had been taken away by a shameless bastard. But it doesn't matter, after taking one of my attacks, he shouldn't be able to live much longer. The Sun Clan leader coldly snorted, letting out a deep breath. With his cultivation, dealing with a young man like Yang Kai was as easy as pinching a snail, so he was certain that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. As soon as these words came out, a burst of deep and tragic laughter rang out from the divine tree's trunk. Everyone's faces went pale as they looked up, just in time to see Kai Yang staring at them with a pair of scarlet eyes through the countless branches. "Not dead?" The Sun Clan leader's brow furrowed as he cried out, "Impossible." Even if this young man had an extremely high-grade soul-type artifact, he shouldn't have been able to resist his divine sense attack, and from the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, it was clear that this young man's soul had indeed been damaged, but he was still alive and well. Dong dong, dong dong, a rhythmic and dull sound suddenly rang out from inside the divine tree, causing everyone to feel that something was wrong. The consciousness contained within the divine tree seemed to have suddenly lost all reason because of Yang Kai's attack. A violent aura began to spread outwards. The strength of this newly born life was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Yang Kai, who was immersed in the pain in his soul, was stunned for a moment, discovering that he had greatly underestimated this divine tree. With the roots of the divine tree as the center, the earth cracked open and a dense yang attribute energy swept out in all directions. Everything that was enveloped by this energy was incinerated into ashes. Even the masters from the Sun Clan had to circulate their yuan qi to resist this burning sensation, causing everyone's skin to turn red and their veins to bulge. The branches of the divine tree danced wildly, and the energy that hung down from its crown also lashed out randomly, creating a series of explosions in the air. Kacha, the huge divine tree swayed to the left, then to the right. Gradually, the frequency of the swaying became faster and faster. After a dozen breaths of time, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the divine tree that had been rooted in this place actually broke free from the soil, its yang attribute energy visible to the naked eye transforming into a pillar that acted like a human's legs, supporting its huge body as it walked on the ground. Its roots were well developed, each of them sparkling like crystal, exuding a dazzling golden light. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai covered his forehead with his hand and laughed wildly towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder, filling everyone's ears. This time, too many things had happened outside of his expectations. Even he hadn't expected the divine tree to have such an ability. Yang Kai didn't even care about the damage to his soul. With the nourishment and assistance of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't take long for him to recover from this injury. As long as it wasn't an attack that could shatter Yang Kai's knowledge sea and destroy his soul in a single blow, he wasn't afraid. The Sun Clan's leader obviously didn't have this ability. In contrast to his arrogance, all the Sun Clan members who had been stunned by this sudden attack, all of their expressions changed greatly. Seeing the divine tree rush straight towards them and unleash an unbridled attack, all of them hurriedly retreated. Letting the divine tree vent its emotions, Yang Kai patted its trunk and said, all right, just teach them a lesson." Yang Kai also saw that the divine tree's actions were very clumsy, and although its ability was good, it was still somewhat unrealistic for it to kill the Sun Clan's top masters. As long as these people stayed far away, they would be able to rest easy. Moreover, because the divine tree was the foundation of the Sun Clan, none of the Sun Clan's masters attacked Yang Kai, as if they were afraid of harming it. Now that he had the divine tree's protection, Yang Kai's first thought was to quickly leave this place. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. After listening to Yang Kai's words, the divine tree calmed down a lot, but the energy whip still lingered around it, warning any Sun Clan members who tried to approach. "Little thief, if you get down here now and beg for mercy, I may spare your life, but if you wait until my clansmen capture you, you won't have the chance to do so," the Sun Clan leader shouted from below, his old face twisting in anger. "I'm so scared." Yang Kai stood on the trunk of the divine tree with a frightened look on his face, infuriating the Sun Clan members below. "Do you think you can escape? Wishful thinking, daring to bewitch the divine tree into opposing my clan. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear you to pieces. Whatever you say, I'll treat it as a fart." Yang Kai curled his lips. Behind him, Ling, who was still a little nervous, as if she was in a dream, her thoughts in chaos, but when she heard Yang Kai's words, she couldn't help laughing. Yang Kai glanced over at her, his mood greatly improving as he shouted down, "Old dog, how about I discuss something with you? Do you think you're qualified to discuss anything with this old master?" The Sun Clan's leader glared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive, wanting nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces and drink his blood. Chapter 773. Although the Sun Clan's masters were somewhat hesitant to act, they really didn't put a cultivator like Yang Kai in their eyes. In their minds, as long as they could find the right opportunity and take advantage of the divine tree's moment of weakness, they could take Yang Kai's life in one fell swoop. So after hearing Yang Kai's words, the Sun Clan's leader refused without hesitation. A great humiliation. In his own home, the divine tree, which was regarded as the foundation of the Sun Clan, had actually been bewitched by an outsider brat. This was simply a disgrace to the entire Sun Clan, so if he didn't kill Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai simply sneered. Under the protection of the divine tree's branches, he was extremely safe, looking down at the Sun Clan's leader and lightly saying, "I think I have the qualifications." As he spoke, a mysterious divine sense burst out from his knowledge sea. This divine sense didn't carry any murderous intent, nor did it have the slightest offensive power, but when this divine sense swept over the several Sun Clan members, they all screamed miserably, all of them clutching their heads and tumbling to the ground. After 3 breaths, these people's movements stiffened, their vitality drained away, and they all died, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The remaining Sun Clan members all paled while the leader stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Even he hadn't been able to detect what kind of trick Yang Kai had used, but these few Sun Clan members who weren't weak had directly died. A chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart as the eyes of those who were still alive towards Yang Kai became somewhat different, filled with panic. "Little brat, you're trying to provoke me," the Sun Clan's leader said in a low voice, his murderous intent so thick it was tangible. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head and smiled. I just want to prove to you that I have the capital to negotiate with you. Saying so, his voice suddenly became cold. I don't have enough patience. Old dog, give me a reply as soon as possible, otherwise everyone here, except for the Saint Realm, will die. Hearing this, 80% of the remaining Sun clan members retreated a few steps in horror. They seemed to think that this would make them safer. Little did they know that the soul-devouring worms had already invaded their spiritual sea and were dormant. The Sun clan leader took a deep breath, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Yang Kai. Only after a long silence did he finally ask, "What do you want?" "Let us go." "That's my only request," Yang Kai shouted. "Leader, we can't let him go. Our clan has suffered such heavy losses. How can we let him leave? Isn't this letting him off too easily?" Immediately, someone raised an objection. "That's right. If I don't kill this kid, I won't be able to calm my anger. Kill him, we must kill him, even if it means harming the divine tree." The several Saint Realm masters began to discuss amongst themselves. He looked like he had to kill Yang Kai. It seemed like there was no room for negotiation. Yang Kai chuckled and shouted towards the crowd below, "Your losses are indeed not small, but have you thought about the great gains you've made? Your divine tree has already developed its own consciousness and is completely different from before. As long as I leave, you can try to get closer to it. Gain its approval. In the future, you can obtain unimaginable benefits." As soon as these words were spoken, the huge divine tree trembled. A dissatisfied divine sense was transmitted from the divine tree's heart, as if it had been wronged by Yang Kai's decision to abandon it. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he quickly released his divine sense to comfort it, but if I were to stay, the situation would be different. Because I was the one who gave the divine tree this form of life, it is now very close to me. As long as I have enough time, I can make it belong to me forever. When that time comes, even if you want to take it away, you won't be able to. This won't take too long, perhaps a few days or so if I were you, I would send this person who threatens the interests of our clan away as soon as possible. The Sun clan's people all frowned. Yang Kai's words were spoken from their standpoint, and although there was some suspicion of fraud, it was undeniable that what he said was reasonable. The divine tree having undergone such a huge change was a pleasant surprise. If the previous losses were ignored, such a change was undoubtedly a great thing for the entire Sun clan. A divine tree with wisdom and soul, this was something the Sun clan had never even dreamed of. "We can still kill you and pull up the roots." The Sun clan's leader seemed a little tempted, but thinking of the losses his clan had suffered, he still wasn't willing to let Yang Kai live, gnashing his teeth and saying, "As long as you die, the divine tree will still belong to my clan." "Yes." Yang Kai chuckled, "You people indeed have the ability to kill me, and I don't think I can escape from so many of you, but I can at least drag a few of you down with me. You'll have to be able to afford this price. Besides, if you want to kill me, you'll have to damage the divine tree. If you hurt it, do you think it will accept you? This little guy's mind is very simple right now. If you hurt it, it will remember it for the rest of its life. Old dog, don't try to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. If that happens, you'll suffer a double loss. Where will you put your old face then?" Yang Kai's arrogant speech caused the Sun clan's leader's face to darken, his expression filled with both anger and helplessness. The people who had just been clamoring to kill Yang Kai also frowned, secretly feeling that the situation had become a bit tricky. If the divine tree didn't have wisdom and soul, even if it had to suffer some damage, they would still have to kill Yang Kai. However, the divine tree had its own thoughts, so none of them dared to act rashly. They were all worried that the divine tree would hold a grudge against them in the future and not allow them to absorb any young attribute energy, which would be the end of the entire Sun clan. Turning their eyes to the leader, they waited for him to make the final decision. At this time, none of them were willing to easily voice their opinions. The Sun Clan's leader pondered for a while before glaring at Yang Kai coldly and shouting, "Can you guarantee that after you leave, the divine tree will accept us? Why would I promise you anything? You'll have to work hard. It's best if you treat me more kindly now, the way you treat me so fiercely will make it very unhappy." As if in response to Yang Kai's words, the divine tree's branches and lush leaves shook violently, like an angry giant. Many of the Sun Clan's masters couldn't help frowning, feeling a burst of bitterness in their hearts. One or two of them quickly restrained their hostility, but their expressions were still extremely ugly. "Good, let's just smile a little more. Meeting is fate, we're all good friends, right? Boy, don't push your luck." The Sun Clan's leader's old face pulled a long face, extremely unhappy. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Good, I'll let you go, but I hope you don't let me see you again in the future," the Sun Clan's leader shouted. Tactful. Yang Kai looked at him approvingly before adding, "Not only do you have to let me go, but also my female companion. Oh right, also those two from the demon race." The Sun Clan's leader frowned. "You want to take those two from the demon race away? They have nothing to do with you. I'm a kind-hearted person who enjoys helping others, I can't bear to see others suffer." And Ling, who had been hiding behind Yang Kai, heard this and quickly rolled her eyes. "In any case, your divine tree has already completed its evolution and has gained sentience and sentience, there's no need to use the demon race as a blood sacrifice," Yang Kai continued to persuade. The Sun Clan's leader nodded lightly and shouted, "Go and bring those two from the demon race here." Immediately, a few people hurriedly left in the direction of the palace. Yang Kai stood on the tree trunk and waited for a while before the Sun Clan's leader escorted Go Che and the other from the demon race over. Go Che's face was gloomy as he continued to resist, but this resistance was counterproductive. By the time he arrived here, his face was bruised and swollen, it seemed he had suffered quite a few beatings. "Brother Go Che!" Yang Kai shouted from the tree trunk. Go Che frowned, his expression becoming somewhat strange as he nodded slightly but didn't say anything, instead glancing around suspiciously. He could feel that the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat tense, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. At this time, it was best to remain silent, otherwise it would be easy to say something wrong. "Pull them up," Yang Kai patted the divine tree and ordered. The next moment, two long whips of energy flew towards Go Che and the other from the demon race, and before they could react, they were lifted into the air and gently placed on the tree trunk. After landing, Go Che quickly asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's the situation now?" "I'll take you out of here." Yang Kai chuckled. "Out of here?" Go Che's expression changed slightly. "Where?" "Out of here." Go Che was dumbfounded, quietly glancing down and whispering, "Did they agree?" "They had no choice but to agree, don't worry, I've already negotiated with them." "How come it doesn't look like they want to kill you? How could they possibly let you go?" Go Che was completely confused. Yang Kai nodded, not explaining too much, instead shouting down, "Where's the exit?" The Sun Clan's leader wore a cold expression as he took a deep breath and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked over and patted the divine tree. In the next moment, the huge divine tree slowly began moving, accompanied by a series of muffled thumps that caused the earth to tremble as it carried Yang Kai's group of 4 towards the exit. Behind them, a group of Sun Clan masters followed closely. Go Che couldn't help widening his eyes as he stared blankly at the giant tree, calling out in shock, "Brother, what kind of method is this? Why is this tree walking on its own? The divine tree has developed its own consciousness and wisdom, it can understand what I'm saying." Unheard of. Go Che wore a look of disbelief as he stared at the divine tree in amazement, discovering that it really was walking on its own, the energy it exuded forming pillars that supported its huge body like human legs. In an instant, Go Che felt like his horizons had been broadened. The other from the demon race also felt the same way, remaining silent for a long time, somewhat absent-minded. The divine tree's movements were relatively clumsy, neither too fast nor too slow. After walking for half a day, Yang Kai finally felt a trace of void force fluctuations in front of him. Chapter 774. The power of the void was very special. It would only be emitted from the void corridor. The presence of void force meant that there was a void corridor in front of them. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance. After a while, a dark hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes, about a few dozen kilometers away from where the Sun Clan people lived. No wonder I didn't notice the existence of void force until now, Yang Kai thought to himself. A moment later, the divine tree stopped in front of the void corridor. This void corridor was about 10 meters in diameter and could accommodate several people at the same time, but with the divine tree's massive body, it was impossible for them to enter. If they tried to force their way in, there was a high chance they would destroy the void corridor and be torn to pieces by the chaotic void force. Brother Goche, do you have any impression of this place? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Goche looked around for a while before nodding lightly, and, after we were captured, we were brought here from here. Good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Although he had negotiated with the Sun Clan people, no one knew if they would take him to another void corridor. If the world on the other side wasn't the demon land, but instead a dangerous zone or even unknown place, all his efforts would be in vain. Little brat, you're quite cautious. The Sun Clan leader sneered, since this old master agreed to let you leave, he won't go back on his word, and there is only one entrance here, there are no other void corridors. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yang Kai didn't mind, his expression becoming serious again as he turned to Goche and the other demon race man and said, you take an Ling, and leave first, I'll catch up later. Goche and the demon race man's Yuan Qi divine sense had been sealed, so apart from having a slightly stronger physique, they were no different from ordinary mortals, so there was no point in staying behind. Hearing this, both of them nodded. The demon race man didn't say a word. Directly jumping into the void corridor and disappearing, Goche quickly exhorting Yang Kai, brother, you must be careful, I'll wait for you over there. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Goche left with an Ling, their figures disappearing into the void corridor. An Ling, glanced back worriedly towards Yang Kai, seemingly worried that he would not be able to escape. After the three of them left, Yang Kai took a deep breath. Not only did he not leave, he even sat down cross-legged on the tree trunk. The Sun Clan's brow furrowed as they stared at him vigilantly, fearing he was up to no good again. Kid, why haven't you left yet? I've already fulfilled all your requests. The Sun Clan leader stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of plague, wishing he could send him far, far away. This time, they had suffered a big loss, but as long as they could obtain this sentient divine tree, the price they had to pay was worth it. What's the rush? Let me rest for a while. Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing that he was really circulating his Yuan Qi, he began to regulate his breathing. His mind was already silently immersed in the tree trunk. His soul avatar manifested in the heart of the tree. With the divine tree's protection, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the Sun Clan masters secretly attacking him. Feeling Yang Kai's arrival, the divine tree immediately began to rejoice. The divine tree immediately rejoiced, the energy flowing through its trunk becoming much more rapid. Don't be so happy. Yang Kai quickly transmitted his divine sense, I want to ask you, I want to leave this place now, are you willing to come with me? The divine tree's soul energy immediately wrapped around Yang Kai, expressing its eagerness to leave. That means you're willing. Yang Kai grinned, very good, although I've never tried it before, this method should work. I hope it does. Remember, if it doesn't work, you'll probably have to stay here for a while. I promise you, it won't be long before I come back and take you away. Yang Kai's message was a bit complex, and the divine tree didn't seem to understand it for a while, but from Yang Kai's mood, it was still able to sense some information. It was a little unhappy for a moment, but it soon cheered up again, seemingly having recovered from Yang Kai's promise. Then it settled, "I'll brand you first," Yang Kai said, not hesitating to consume a huge amount of spiritual energy to leave his brand on the divine tree's soul. This way, even if he couldn't take the divine tree away today, he would be able to sense its existence through this subtle brand. This method was different from subduing an Ling, or soul brand. One was to receive while the other was to give. In other words, if the divine tree's soul was damaged, Yang Kai's soul would also be injured, but if an Ling was injured, Yang Kai would be fine. After communicating with the divine tree, Yang Kai's consciousness flew out of the divine tree's soul and returned to his body. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai slowly stood up and stared down at the Sun Clan masters below indifferently, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he stood tall and straight like a javelin, his expression firm and cold. The Sun Clan leader's heart clenched as he coldly shouted, "Not good, this little brat didn't keep his word, he's probably trying to play some kind of trick." Yang Kai laughed loudly and shouted, "I'm not trying to play any tricks, I'm just giving you a little surprise before we part." Saying so, Yang Kai's spiritual energy burst out from his knowledge sea and directly wrapped up the divine tree. Inside his body, where the wordless black book was hidden, a huge suction force suddenly appeared. Dong, Kai Yang's heart suddenly contracted, and a muffled sound like the beating of a drum rang out. His face instantly became white as paper and his body began to sway. At this moment, Yang Kai felt the aura of death wash over him. However, in front of everyone's eyes, the huge divine tree actually transformed into a stream of light and strangely disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded, and for a moment they were all dumbfounded. Yang Kai forced himself to remain conscious, not allowing himself to pass out on the spot, turning around and leaping into the void corridor, the several killing moves he had prepared for this moment suddenly bombarding the surrounding area. Yuan Qi fluctuated wildly as the energy fluctuations around it became chaotic. Hong Long Long, a loud explosion rang out and the void corridor began to distort and distort. Chaotic void force burst out from the black hole and the void corridor rapidly shrank, disappearing from the Sun Clan's line of sight. At the same time, screams rang out one after another from all directions. The moment Yang Kai left, the dormant soul-devouring insects were no longer restrained and suddenly attacked, killing all the cultivators below the Saint Realm. The Sun Clan leader and the other Saint Realm masters all grimaced, none of them able to speak. Their minds went blank. The divine tree had mysteriously disappeared. The void corridor had been destroyed, and countless of their clansmen had been killed or injured. All of this was simply unacceptable to them. The destruction of the void corridor was within their expectations. The Sun Clan masters had long seen through Yang Kai's intentions, but none of them had tried to stop him. In any case, they had all lived in this mysterious small world for their entire lives. Outside was the demon land, so it wasn't safe for them to enter and exit. The destruction of the void corridor was one thing. The deaths of their clansmen were also understandable. This little brat's methods were mysterious. He had silently killed several of their clansmen before, right under their noses. Now, he was probably using the same trick again. However, what they couldn't understand was how the divine tree had disappeared. The void corridor wasn't big enough to support the divine tree's escape. Its shape was simply too large, making it impossible to squeeze through, but in front of everyone's eyes, the divine tree had indeed mysteriously disappeared. "Little bastard, I'll tear you to 10,000 pieces." The Sun Clan leader suddenly roared hysterically, his red hair fluttering wildly, making him look like a mad demon. The other Sun Clan masters also swore vows of vengeance. But there was no one left to vent their anger on. In a sea of sand, Yang Kai's body fell heavily onto the hot sand. Go Che and the others, who had arrived here ahead of time, quickly rushed over. After seeing Yang Kai's current state, And Ling immediately panicked. Yang Kai's face was pale and his lips were blue. His yuan qi was in chaos and his spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. From the outside, although he didn't show any signs of injury, his body was extremely cold, as if he was nearing the end of his life. A slow but powerful heartbeat could be heard coming from his chest. Even when he was chased down by Saintess Nan last time, Yang Kai had not fallen into such a miserable state. And Ling didn't know what happened inside that mysterious small world after she left, but Yang Kai's current state made her feel extremely anxious. Brother. Go Che also hurried over and shook Yang Kai's arm, but didn't get any response. After carefully examining Yang Kai, Go Che found that his pupils were dilated and his soul was scattered. It seemed that his knowledge sea had suffered a great deal of damage. It's hopeless. The other demon race master slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat sad. Although he didn't have much friendship with Yang Kai, this time it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he was able to survive. Seeing Yang Kai like this, he couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. Go Che pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but seeing An Ling's sad appearance, he couldn't bear to say anything. They still had a lot of pills on them, but inside that mysterious small world, even their universe bags had been taken away by the Sun Clan, so even if they wanted to rescue Yang Kai, they were powerless. Yuan Qi and his soul had been sealed, so there was no way they could help. No, he won't die, An Ling shook her head. An Ling kept shaking her head as she hugged Yang Kai's upper body and placed his head on her lap. Her trembling hands gently wiped the dust off Yang Kai's face, carefully lest her movements hurt him. Last time he suffered such a serious injury but didn't die, so this time he won't die. Dong, another strange heartbeat sounded from Yang Kai's heart, and after this heartbeat, Yang Kai's life aura seemed to weaken significantly. An Ling burst into tears, her heart filled with pain. Sister, don't cry, Go Che called out. Go Che muttered, isn't your true chi not sealed? Quickly try and see if you can save him. Hearing this, An Ling awoke from her stupor and quickly used all of Nine Heaven's Holy Land's mysterious divine skills in an attempt to restore Yang Kai's vitality, but no matter how hard she tried, Yang Kai showed no signs of improvement, causing her to be at a loss for what to do. Go Che sighed heavily, feeling sorry for Yang Kai. Originally, Go Che had wanted to find an opportunity to repay him for saving his life, but now, of the four of them, 3 had successfully escaped from that mysterious small world while Yang Kai had become like this. Chapter 775. During the day, the desert was unbearably hot, but at night, it was bitterly cold. Under the full moon, a burst of cold air visible to the naked eye seemed to emerge from the sand like a ghost, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. As far as the eye could see, the entire sea of sand seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. It was sparkling and translucent, and when the moonlight shone down, it was reflected, making everything look so beautiful and magnificent. Somewhere in the desert, An Ling was hugging Yang Kai, her yuan qi surging as she used her own body temperature to warm Yang Kai's gradually cooling body. Yang Kai seemed to be really dead. Since escaping from the mysterious small world during the day, he hadn't moved even once. At first, there was still some warmth and heartbeat, but as time passed, his body became colder and colder, and his vitality became more and more subtle, like a candle in the wind and rain, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. An Ling carefully guarded him, never leaving his side. This was the future master of the Holy Land. Even if An Ling was dead, she didn't dare harm him, her beautiful face filled with unwavering determination. Sha, not far away, a rustling sound rang out, causing An Ling to raise her head and see Go Che, who had left to explore the way, return. Even with his strong physique, in this desert at night, he couldn't resist the cold, shivering as he ran, his hair covered in ice. And Ling Er's beautiful eyes flashed a look of vigilance. When Yang Kai was still alive, she had some contact with Go Che and knew that this demon race youth was a bit of a pervert. Now that Yang Kai's fate was unknown, she felt she had to be on guard against Go Che. However, thinking that the other parties Yuan Qi and Divine Sense had all been sealed, and Ling Er relaxed a lot. How is he? Go Che came up to Ling Er and hurriedly asked. And Ling Er slowly shook her head. It seems he really can't be saved. I won't allow you to say that, he's still alive. And Ling Er immediately became annoyed, her almond eyes widening. Good, 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 I won't say it, but the world is unpredictable, you should be mentally prepared. Huh, why is Brother Yang's life so hard? Go Che sighed. Seeing that Yang Kai had suffered such misfortune in order to help them escape, Go Che's tone towards him became much warmer. If he can come back to life, that would be for the best. Father was thinking of taking him to Qingliao City and entertaining him. As he spoke, he sat down on the sand with a pained expression on his face. Suddenly, he chuckled meaningfully. I've found that you humans are quite interesting. I've caught many humans before, but none of them are as amazing as little brother Yang. Those guys, as soon as they encounter danger, they immediately flee. So he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. His face was so ugly. Brother Yang, you have a backbone. You have the same courage as the people of the demon race. You would rather die than submit. That's a real man. Go Che's bragging attracted Ling Er's attention and she quietly glanced over at him. He said softly, the humans you captured. Where did they go? Go Che calmly gestured with his hand, causing Ling Er's pretty face to go black. She immediately turned her head away and refused to talk to him. The desert was extremely quiet at night, with only a few scorpion-like creatures shuttling through the sand. Go Che casually grabbed a few of them and ate them with relish. As he ate, he commented, as if it was the most delicious food in the world. Later in the night, the desert became colder and colder. Yang Kai's last remaining vitality was also rapidly fading away. Noticing this, whether it was Ling Er or Go Che, both of them couldn't help secretly observing him nervously. Half an hour later, that last bit of vitality was suddenly extinguished. Ling Er's beautiful eyes suddenly lost focus and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Go Che also sighed heavily, lamenting that the heavens were jealous of such a talented individual. While the two of them were immersed in their grief, Kai Yang's body suddenly burst forth with a burst of vitality. This vitality was like a raging flame, rapidly increasing in intensity. His originally cold body suddenly became scorching hot, his true qi rapidly flowing through his meridians, emitting a gurgling sound. **Hu**, with a soft sound, Yang Kai's entire body burst into flames, the yuan qi that had seeped out of his body quickly melting the nearby sand into magma. Ling Er was startled and hurriedly dodged, but even so, she was nearly scalded. Go Che also stared dumbfounded at this moment. Yang Kai, a scorpion tail quietly falling from the corner of his mouth. With a loud cry, Yang Kai coughed up a dark blood mist, quickly withdrawing the yuan qi that had burst out of his body. Quickly standing up, Yang Kai glanced around blankly. After seeing Ling Er and Go Che's shocked expressions, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and gradually withdrew his vigilant divine sense. Slowly sitting down on the ground, Yang Kai adjusted his heartbeat and breathing, the scenes before he fell unconscious flashing through his mind, quickly understanding his current situation. His body didn't show any abnormalities, but his knowledge was in extreme pain. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan as he clutched his head, his body twitching uncontrollably. After a while, Yang Kai gradually stabilized, but the pain in his head didn't diminish in the slightest. Where are we? Yang Kai raised his head and asked in a low voice. His face was distorted by the unbearable pain, making him look extremely terrifying. The Demon Land's desert. Go Che was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, immediately asking with concern, "Brother Yang, are you dead or alive?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced over at him weakly. "What do you think?" "Huh." Go Che laughed. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." "Who just said he couldn't be saved?" Ling shot him a cold look. Go Che's expression suddenly became awkward and he didn't say anything. "How do you feel now?" Ling turned her eyes to Yang Kai and asked nervously. "Not good." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Even now, his soul was still in turmoil and extremely unstable. "Then you should quickly rest." Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer speaking, sitting down cross-legged on the ground and calming his mind before sending his soul avatar into his knowledge sea to carefully examine it. His entire knowledge sea was desolate and the burning sea water that was originally stored here had almost dried up. This was a sign that his spiritual energy had been overdrawn. Inside his knowledge sea, the world was also very chaotic. From time to time, the wind would blow and lightning would flash, as if it had reached its limit and was on the verge of collapse. The reason for this, Yang Kai knew that it was because he had placed the divine tree into the black book space. He had never thought that doing so would cause him to walk through the gates of hell and almost lose his life. In the past, the things he had stored in the black book space were all very small, the largest only 1% the size of the divine tree, so even if he consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, it wouldn't consume much. But this time, Yang Kai's spiritual energy had been completely exhausted, so after placing the divine tree into the black book space, his entire body had collapsed. After all, the divine tree was different from the things he had stored in the past. Not only was it massive, but it also contained an unimaginable amount of energy, so it was understandable that he had to pay such a price. But it was worth it. Being able to take away the divine tree, Yang Kai felt that even if he had to pay an even greater price, it was worth it. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about not fulfilling his promise to the divine tree. Yang Kai was a man of his word. His spiritual energy could be replenished by cultivation, and with the assistance of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't be long before his spiritual energy was restored to its peak. Moreover, in this incident, the six-colored soul-warming lotus had played an indelible role. If it hadn't protected Yang Kai's soul from destruction, Yang Kai would likely have already died. Considering all this, Yang Kai rejoiced. His soul avatar slowly withdrew from his knowledge sea and entered the black book space. As soon as he entered, Yang Kai was dazzled by the golden light that filled his eyes. The divine tree now stood here, its roots, branches, and leaves all exuding a brilliant golden light, illuminating the black book space. On top of that, the scorching aura exuding from its body greatly alleviated Yang Kai's pain, causing him to feel warm and comfortable. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the divine tree's branches and leaves danced as it sent out a call from its divine sense. Yang Kai smiled lightly as his soul avatar rushed into the divine tree's heart. The divine tree's soul immediately wrapped around him. It should also know that Yang Kai was very weak at the moment, so it didn't recklessly drag his soul around like before, instead carefully wrapping around Yang Kai. The next moment, a powerful burst of energy poured into Yang Kai's soul, quickly replenishing his spiritual energy. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised but didn't try to stop it, instead just standing there leisurely, allowing the divine tree to display its means. After an hour or so, Yang Kai's previous weak appearance was replaced by one of high spirits, his dried-up knowledge sea once again restored to its previous full state. All of his internal injuries had been healed. After communicating with the divine tree for a while, Yang Kai informed it that he might need to stay in this space for a while. After receiving a response, Yang Kai left, but he also promised that as long as he had time, he would come back to accompany it. The divine tree was reluctant to part with him, but it didn't try to stop him. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, the darkness had receded and daylight had once again descended. After frowning and contemplating for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. He estimated that before he reached the Saint Realm, it would be very dangerous to take the divine tree out of the black book space. Only after reaching the saint realm would he be able to do so unscathed. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Now that he was in the demon land, even if he released the divine tree, there was no place to put it. Yang Kai needed to find a good place for it. Soaring heaven sect's serene resplendent peak was a good place for it. Seeing Yang Kai open his eyes, Go Che and Enling, who had been paying close attention to him all night, also relaxed. "Brother, why do I feel like you've recovered so quickly?" Go Che asked curiously. More than an hour ago, Yang Kai looked like he was on the brink of death. Even if his ability to recover was fast, it shouldn't be this bad, and Go Che hadn't even seen him take any kind of pill. It was really strange. Chapter 776. I've only recovered a little, Yang Kai smiled. Although he had rescued Go Che and another member of the demon race from the Sun clan, Yang Kai didn't intend to make friends with someone like Go Che. Rescuing him this time was simply out of necessity. Yang Kai wanted to borrow his strength to traverse the demon land unimpeded. Therefore, he didn't tell Go Che the truth. Subconsciously, he was still somewhat wary of the people from the demon race, and he also felt that if Go Che didn't take him seriously, even if he had saved him, he wouldn't care. "Brother Go Che, you said before that this is the demon land's yellow sand sea? Are you familiar with this place?" Yang Kai asked again. Go Che frowned and shook his head. "The yellow sand sea is very dangerous, even my demon race members don't easily set foot in this place. Here, even if you have extraordinary means, you won't necessarily be able to use them. I only know that this is the yellow sand sea, but I don't know which direction we should go. We can only pray that we find the right direction and that we don't encounter too much danger along the way, or that we don't get lost. If we do, I'm afraid we'll never be able to leave this place." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai and Enling's hearts tightened again, both of them quickly realizing that their luck had been quite bad recently. Being chased by Saintess Nan on the outer islands and forced to flee into the void corridor, falling into the hands of the Sun clan. Only after narrowly escaping death did they end up in the demon land's yellow sand sea. The ups and downs of life really made one feel helpless. Just as he was speaking though, Yang Kai's brow suddenly furrowed as he stared in a certain direction and shouted, "Someone's coming." Probing the source of this sound, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a light sigh, turning a strange look towards Go Che. "It's that clansman of yours." "Oh?" Go Che raised his brow. "So that guy didn't die. He didn't return last night, so I thought he must have died outside. His life is quite tenacious." His tone was light and indifferent, as if he didn't care about his companion's life at all. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with him. Yang Kai secretly frowned. A moment later, the man from the demon race who was rescued by Yang Kai from the sealed world bead really returned with a look of joy on his face. "I found a way out." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, Go Che hurriedly asking, "Really?" The man smiled and nodded. "I can't be wrong. I came to the Yellow Sea once before and saw an oasis. I even chopped down a tree, and there are still traces of it. Moreover, our luck is not bad. This is the periphery of the desert sea, not too deep. We only need to walk in that direction for a few days and we will be able to leave the desert sea." While that person was speaking, his face was filled with excitement and joy, and he seemed to be extremely happy. Yang Kai and Enling also let out a sigh of relief, a feeling of joy after extreme misfortune. These days, his luck was already bad enough. If it continued, Yang Kai would have to consider whether he should find a place to go into seclusion for the time being. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, father here's dying of thirst. Go Che waved his hand and rushed off in that direction. The man from the demon race didn't speak any nonsense. He immediately led the way. Let's go too, Yang Kai said to Enling. The latter nodded slightly and kept up with Yang Kai's pace. The two of them walked side by side. As the two men from the demon race rushed forward in high spirits, Enling glanced over at them and suddenly whispered, Yang Kai, you have to be careful of this Go Che. Don't treat him with sincerity, otherwise you'll suffer a loss. Do I need you to remind me? Yang Kai chuckled. I didn't intend to form any kind of friendship with him. However, we are now in the demon land, so if we want to leave safely, we really need to rely on his strength. Enling nodded lightly and sighed. Fortunately, he didn't see much of your true strength in that mysterious small world, otherwise, this trip might have been really dangerous. If he knew your identity, we would also be in danger. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he secretly warned, don't reveal your identity, and don't use your 9 heavens holy land's divine skills again. I'm not a little girl, how could I be so careless? Enling smiled. Hurry up, Brother Yang, what are you waiting for? Go Che suddenly turned his head and shouted to Yang Kai. Coming. Yang Kai responded, turning to Enling and saying, let's move faster. The demon race man's ability to identify directions was quite amazing. Walking through this endless sea of sand without any reference point, he was still able to accurately find the right direction. This was especially true now that his Yuan Qi and divine sense were both sealed, so he could only rely on his own instincts to lead the way, making him even more valuable. After walking for about 3 hours, in the distance, in the middle of the endless sea of sand, a bright green color appeared in everyone's eyes. An oasis. It was the only magical place in the desert that had water and plants. Almost every desert had such a place. No one knew how an oasis was born, let alone how it existed in this vast expanse of sand. Large oases could even be preserved for hundreds or thousands of years without change, providing a place for travelers to rest. In the eyes of desert travelers, oases were often life-saving places. Seeing the oasis in front of them, the two demon race men ran even faster and soon rushed in. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Enling also arrived. Unlike the heat outside, this place was quite cool, with huge cacti and poplar trees growing all over the oasis, and a gentle breeze blowing through them, making them feel very comfortable. At the center of this oasis, there was also a sparkling lake. This lake's water was clear, like a bottomless spring, and there were many strange plants growing around it. When Yang Kai and Enling arrived, they found that Go Che and the demon race man hadn't entered the water but were instead hiding behind a rock on the shore, both of them holding their breaths as they stared out towards the lake. Both of them appeared to be very cautious, both of them wearing lustful expressions on their faces. Feeling Yang Kai's arrival, Go Che quickly turned around and gestured towards him, a strange expression appearing on his face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what Go Che was up to, so he quietly led Enling over to the rock but couldn't see anything. What are you doing? Yang Kai asked softly. Look over there. Go Che quietly pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai and Enling looked in the direction Go Che was pointing and suddenly narrowed their eyes. On the shore, some neatly folded clothes were placed there, and from the style and color of these clothes, it was obvious they belonged to a woman. The clothes were here, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she was swimming at the bottom of the lake. Go Che and the demon race man hiding here obviously wanted to peep at the moment this beautiful woman came out of her bath. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Scoundrel. Enling's cheeks flushed red as she ground her teeth and cursed under her breath, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain as she tugged at Yang Kai and angrily said, "Don't associate yourself with them." Yang Kai curled his lips, "I've always kept myself clean, I wouldn't do such a dirty thing." Saying so, he glanced towards the lake surface a few times. Go Che saw Yang Kai's small movements and grinned, "Little brother Yang really is a kindred spirit." At this moment, Go Che felt like he had found a kindred spirit and found Yang Kai much more pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai said seriously, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be like this? If you're discovered, so what if she discovers me? Can she eat me?" Go Che snorted, not showing the slightest worry. Although he couldn't use his strength right now, in the end, his identity was still there. The average demon race man really wouldn't dare attack him, so even if he was caught peeping, he wouldn't care. "Brother Go Che, you don't lack women, why do you need to do such a thing?" Although Yang Kai also knew that this man's mentality was very subtle, he still faintly felt something was wrong and quickly tried to persuade Go Che to leave. Go Che grinned wickedly, "Naturally I don't lack women, but this is more exciting." The demon race man next to him also nodded, agreeing with Go Che's point of view, his two pairs of eyes staring towards the lake surface, secretly looking forward to the moment the woman at the bottom of the lake would appear. Yang Kai was helpless and didn't waste any more words. At that moment though, a layer of bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, causing the two demon race men's breathing to stagnate as their eyes bulged. Shio shio shio, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out as a series of water arrows shot out from the bottom of the lake. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Yang Kai and Enling reacted quickly and hurriedly dodged, but Go Che and the demon race man weren't so lucky. In order to see more clearly, the two of them had to stick close to the rock, so when the water arrows struck, they simply couldn't avoid them. With a loud bang, the rock shattered, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. These stone fragments contained a ferocious force, causing Go Che and the demon race man to howl miserably, unable to open their eyes. In just a flash, the two men were covered in wounds, their flesh lacerated. Yang Kai saw a wisp of white light shoot out from the bottom of the lake, faintly discernible and graceful. But before he could see clearly, he lost sight of his target, causing his expression to go cold as his pores opened wide. After everything stabilized, Go Che suddenly cursed, "Fuck, that bitch actually dared to attack father." As soon as these words left his mouth, a loud bang rang out as Go Che was sent tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground. When he stood up again, his cheeks were swollen and his brow furrowed in anger, as if he was about to go all out and fight for his life. Not far in front of him, a beautiful woman who had just come out of the bath stood mid-air, staring coldly at Yang Kai's group of four. Her figure was full and mature, her legs were long and slender, and she wore a light blue palace dress that accentuated her ample bosom and half of her shoulders. Perhaps because she had just come out of the bath, her clothes were tightly clung to her body, accentuating her graceful figure. Just standing there, she was extremely beautiful. Chapter 777. However, at this moment, her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her yuan qi was like a poisonous snake, exuding a dangerous aura, causing anyone who saw her to shudder. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he silently cursed Go Che for being such a fool. For no reason at all, he had actually provoked such a woman. When he arrived here, he didn't dare to release his divine sense to investigate carefully, but it wasn't until this woman took action just now that he realized Go Che seemed to have provoked a powerful master. The other party had clearly noticed that someone was spying on her, so the moment they left the lake, she had taken action. Go Che, on the other hand, had a reckless look on his face as he shouted, "Smelly woman, you dare hit me? So what if I hit you?" The woman glanced over at Go Che coldly, "If you dare speak rudely again, I'll kill you. Do you have such courage?" Go Che grinned wickedly, "I dare you to lay a finger on me." As soon as these words were spoken, a sharp energy beam suddenly shot towards Go Che, piercing through his shoulder while he was completely unprepared. Blood spurted out like a fountain as Go Che's face went pale as he stared blankly at the woman in the sky. He hadn't expected that the other party would really attack him without saying a word, and the sharp pain in his shoulder caused him to panic a little. Although he was a rogue, lecherous, and somewhat reckless, he wasn't stupid. Judging from the methods this woman had used over and over again, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to resist. With a bloody hole in his shoulder, Che became much more obedient. Although his expression was still angry, he didn't dare to speak casually, instead just staring at the woman with hatred. Humans? The woman curiously glanced over at Yang Kai and Enling, her brow furrowing slightly. When did the demon race and the human race start colluding together? Interesting. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he silently shielded Enling behind him, his yuan qi surging as he prepared to act at any moment. Humph. A disdainful sneer burst from the woman's delicate nose as she walked down from the sky, flicking her wet hair as she glanced over at Che and the demon race man. Your yuan qi and divine sense have been sealed. Was it this human boy's doing? Che didn't say anything, but the other demon race man slowly shook his head and explained, it wasn't him, we were just trapped in a certain place and had our strength sealed. It was thanks to this human that we were able to escape. Useless. The woman's expression became cold. You think my demon race men need to rely on a human's means to survive? What qualifications do you have to live with you? With that said, he flicked his slender fingers and several bursts of energy shot out. **Xio. Several bloody holes immediately appeared on the demon race man's body as he let out a muffled groan. The man half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with panic and horror. The woman didn't kill him, seemingly just dissatisfied that he had borrowed Yang Kai's power and punished him slightly. So, you have some skill? The woman looked at Yang Kai with interest as she sent a cold wave of spiritual energy over Yang Kai's body, examining him from head to toe. You're not that strong. The woman disdainfully withdrew her attention from Yang Kai. After pondering for a while, the woman sneered and said, daring to be rude to me, your courage isn't small. You should be taught a lesson, but I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you for the time being. Come back with me. Saying so, with a wave of her jade hand, a chariot-like artifact appeared out of thin air. In the middle of this chariot was a huge bed wrapped in a pink curtain that gave off a delicate fragrance. The woman lightly stepped onto the chariot and sent out 2 bursts of energy through the curtain towards Che and the demon race man. The next moment, the two of them felt the seal on their bodies being lifted and couldn't help smiling happily. Little human girl, come on up. The woman lay on the bed, her graceful curves exposed, a lazy look on her face as she beckoned to Enling. Enling was extremely vigilant, glancing over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, allowing Enling to step onto the chariot and stand there cautiously. You 3 carry it, do you need me to teach you how to do it? The woman said lazily, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Che angrily shouted, who do you think you are? You actually want father to be your bearer? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, if you don't want to die obediently, I don't mind sending you on your way. A cold light flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes, her true chi pulsing from her slender fingers, as if Che dared to refuse again, she would directly kill him. Che's eyes went bloodshot, but in the face of absolute power, he had no choice but to submit, silently walking forward and placing the chariot on his shoulder. Yang Kai and the other demon race man glanced at each other before helplessly walking up. Following the direction the woman pointed out, the 3 coolies flew forward at an extremely fast speed. On the bed in the carriage, Enling sat upright, her back as straight as a thorn. While observing the surroundings, she followed the woman's instructions and massaged her shoulders. The woman didn't seem to have any intention of communicating with her, simply lying there with her eyes closed in a relaxed manner. A delicate fragrance scattered along the road, causing Yang Kai to feel annoyed. Originally, he had wanted to use Che's strength to safely leave the demon land, but now it seemed that wasn't going to happen. This guy couldn't even protect himself right now, so Yang Kai had no choice but to think of a way out. Half a day later, a huge city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This city was located near the Sea of Sand. The tall city walls were completely molded by sand, and the entire city showed a kind of earthy yellow color. Inside this city, countless people from the demon race came and went. When the chariot arrived here, Go Che's eyes suddenly bulged as he called out, "Sand City? So you're..." "Shut up." The woman's eyes didn't open as she shouted softly. Go Che's head shrank back as he hurriedly shut up, seemingly extremely afraid, no longer displaying his previous arrogance. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Soon, the chariot arrived above Sand City, and following the woman's instructions, the group quickly arrived at a huge palace located in the center of the city. The construction of this palace was extremely special, as if it was sitting atop a mountain, several thousand meters above sea level. Flying up to this palace, standing at its highest point and overlooking everything below, the entire city was clearly visible, giving off a wonderful feeling. The style of this palace was also somewhat incongruous with the rest of the city. The floor of the palace was made of white jade, and the buildings were decorated with dragons and phoenixes. Precious crystals could be seen everywhere. When the chariot arrived, a powerful man from the demon race immediately walked over and respectfully said, "Master, you've returned?" The woman nodded lightly and stepped down from the chariot. "These people are..." The man looked at Yang Kai and the others suspiciously, but when he saw Go Che, a trace of suspicion flashed across his brow as he stared at him, a trace of familiarity flashing across his eyes. "Send someone to deliver a message to Go Cheong, tell him that if he wants to see his son safe and sound, he should prepare enough ransom for his release." The woman glanced over at Go Che and lightly ordered, "And, report the other three to him as well, whether he redeems them or not is up to him." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, only now understanding that this woman had long since seen through Go Che's identity. Even if she did, she still dared to treat Go Che in such a manner. Inferring from the way she addressed Go Cheong, this woman's identity was obvious. Go Cheong was one of the 4 demon generals, the only one who dared not put him in her eyes was a fellow demon general's master. Among the 4 demon territories, there was only one woman, Xueli. Her name was delicate and beautiful, her appearance was beautiful, and her figure was voluptuous, but her personality was also quite ruthless, cruel, and violent. The woman he had inadvertently encountered was actually a demon general. Go Che even didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and provoked her, even attempting to spy on her naked body. Yang Kai couldn't wait to cut Go Che into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Subordinate thinks that Go Cheong won't care about the life or death of these 3, Xueli's subordinate smiled gloatingly as he glanced over at Yang Kai's group, clearly taking pleasure in their misfortune. "Just report it to him." "Right, tell Go Cheong that this human brat is his son's savior," Xueli ordered. "I'd like to see how Go Cheong will treat this matter." "Oh? That's quite surprising, the son of a dignified demon general was actually saved by a human brat, interesting. Subordinate will report to him immediately." "Go." Xueli waved her hand. "Master Xue, Master Xue." Go Che quickly called out. "What's the matter?" Xueli glanced over at him. "Can we discuss this matter again? The ransom you want, I'll find a way to get it for you myself, there's no need to trouble my father." Go Che wore an embarrassed expression as he pleaded, apparently afraid that Go Cheong would blame him and make him suffer. "That's not up to you to decide," Xueli coldly snorted, no longer paying attention to him, turning around and walking into the palace. Immediately, another member of the demon race walked over and led Yang Kai's group of 4 inside. Each of them was assigned a room, only Enling, or was placed next to Xueli. Unlike in the Sun clan, Xueli seemed to be quite confident in herself. Not only did she not restrict the freedom of Yang Kai and the others, she even delivered them 3 meals a day on time. The food was also quite good, clearly not mistreating them in this regard. Although there was no one guarding him, Yang Kai still behaved himself and didn't show any signs of wanting to escape. In front of Xueli, he felt that he couldn't escape at all. What's more, Enling was still bound to her side, so Yang Kai couldn't just abandon Enling and focus on escaping. Go Che also seemed to realize his mistake this time and spent all day listlessly, no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. Xueli had already sent someone to deliver a letter to Go Qiong and didn't give any face to the demon general, directly demanding a large ransom. Yang Kai estimated that Go Qiong wouldn't care whether he or Enling lived or died. At most he would just ransom Go Che and the other member of the demon race. Chapter 778. Yang Kai had heard some rumors about the 4 demon general before. These 4 were the top masters of the demon race, each of them possessing unfathomable abilities and tyrannical strength. The 4 of them were stationed in the north, south, east, west, and north of the demon land, guarding its foundation and ensuring the peace of this part of the world. They generally didn't interact with one another, but for some reason, as the only woman among the 4, Xueli didn't seem to have a very good relationship with the other 3 demon general. There were even rumors that the demon commander didn't like her very much. As such, the place she was stationed in was a relatively desolate location. Whether it was the richness of the world energy or the richness of the Earth's resources, it couldn't compare to the other 3. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had heard this rumor, but now it seemed that it wasn't baseless. Xueli's city was Sand City, located near the Yellow Sea, so it was indeed quite desolate. On top of that, her relationship with Go Qiong was as bad as the rumors said. However, since she was able to sit firmly in the position of demon general, she had her own unique skills and means. Such a woman couldn't be taken lightly, so Yang Kai didn't dare to take her lightly in the slightest. Staying in the palace all day long, Yang Kai didn't show any ill intentions. Go Che recklessly tried to escape, but before he could leave the palace, he was caught red-handed and beaten by the masters around Xueli until he was on the verge of death. After more than a month of recuperation, Go Che finally showed some signs of improvement. Learning from his mistakes, Yang Kai became more and more cautious. More than a month later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his room, suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside, his expression becoming slightly cold as he slowly opened his eyes and stared towards the door. A moment later, the door opened and the master from the demon race who had delivered the letter to Go Qiong pushed open the door and called out to Yang Kai, "Get out here, master wants to see you." Yang Kai stood up and followed him out. As the man walked, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Seeing this, he couldn't help chuckling. He seemed to have encountered something very interesting, and there was a different meaning in his eyes. Yang Kai frowned as he instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he didn't ask because he knew that as a prisoner, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him even if he asked. He might as well not go looking for trouble. Not long after, the man brought Yang Kai to a large hall. At the front of the hall, there was a spacious chair covered with a thick velvet blanket. The dark red color of the blanket made it look elegant and luxurious. Xueli was reclining on the chair, her delicate and soft curves on full display. She rested her chin on her hand and closed her eyes to rest. In the center of the hall, high-grade spices were burning, causing the entire hall to be filled with a fragrant aroma. Enling, dressed as a maid, stood beside Xueli with a restrained expression. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Enling's beautiful eyes lit up. She hurriedly cast a concerned look at him. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He signaled that he was safe. Since being captured and brought here, the 2 of them had not seen each other again. Yang Kai had been in his room all this time while Enling had been with Xueli. In this palace in Sand City, she was the only human, so Enling had naturally placed all her hopes on Yang Kai, fearing he would encounter some kind of accident. Now that she saw him safe and sound, Enling couldn't help quietly breathing a sigh of relief, secretly smiling towards Yang Kai, not daring to make the slightest sound. Yang Kai looked around and found that Go Che and the other man from the demon race were also standing here, both of their expressions filled with fear and dread, like mice seeing a cat, trembling in fear. "Master, everyone is here," Xueli's subordinate reported softly. Xueli nodded lightly, slowly opening her beautiful dreamy eyes and glancing around, slowly straightening her body and stretching her waist. With this action of hers, the short shirt on her upper body was pulled open, revealing her flat and fair belly and delicate navel. Spring filled the air. Besides Yang Kai, who had been staring at her, no one dared to look at her. Xueli's sharp eyes immediately turned towards Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had been burned. Yang Kai instantly felt some pain on his face, but his expression didn't change, remaining calm. Xueli didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing such a trivial matter, simply opening her mouth and saying, "Go Qiong has replied." Go Che's body trembled as he pursed his dry lips, looking up at Xueli, his face twitching as he asked softly, what was his attitude? "Huh, you're his son, now that you've fallen into my hands, what attitude do you think he would have? Your old man paid enough ransom to redeem you." Hearing this, Go Che's expression changed, a mix of relief and panic. Relief was that he could finally leave Xueli's place, but panic was that when he returned home, he would inevitably be beaten again. This kind of contradictory mood was intuitively displayed on his face, making his expression look particularly interesting. "What about me?" the other demon race man asked in a low voice. "You were also redeemed." Xueli nodded lightly, smiling as she stared towards Yang Kai meaningfully. "You were also redeemed, as well as this little human girl. Go Qiong redeemed all of you." Ling froze for a moment before a happy expression appeared on her face. On the other hand, Go Che and the other demon race man both showed a surprised look upon hearing this, glancing towards Yang Kai before lowering their heads, their expressions complicated. Yang Kai frowned, not only not showing the slightest joy, his expression instead becoming gloomy as he muttered, "Are all you demon race people so generous?" Xueli's brow rose as she stared at Yang Kai, suddenly smiling. "Go Qiong isn't generous, just this once. The ransom you asked for isn't small, right?" Yang Kai stared at her deeply, even facing one of the 4 demon generals, he didn't show the slightest fear, instead maintaining a calm expression. "It's not much, but it's not a small amount, enough for Go Qiong to be annoyed for a while." Xueli smiled and nodded, staring at Yang Kai with interest. In front of her, few people could be as calm and natural as Yang Kai, even Go Qiong's son was somewhat timid. Comparing the two, Xueli suddenly felt that this human was quite interesting. At the very least, his courage was great, even better than many of the demon races. "Senior." Ling hurriedly called out, a pleading look flashing across her beautiful eyes, "Can you give us some time to talk?" Xueli frowned but didn't object, simply leaving, seemingly acquiescing. If it had been up to her, she would have happily left together with Go Che, perhaps even fantasizing about how Go Qiong would thank her for saving his son, but never would she have imagined that the murderous intent would be hidden on the other side. A trace of fear welled up in Ling's heart as she angrily shouted, "That Go Che is an ungrateful dog, he should have understood his father's temperament, right?" "Humph, he couldn't be any more clear," Yang Kai sneered. "Then we shouldn't have brought him out of that mysterious small world before." Ling angrily said. "It was my miscalculation. At that time, I only wanted to borrow his identity and status, but unfortunately, my own cleverness backfired on me. However, he did play a role, at the very least he brought us out of that desert. If it weren't for him, we might have been lost in there for the rest of our lives. Even if we managed to escape from that desert, we would have been chased down and captured by other members of the demon race, not having the opportunity to come to Sand City. Everything had its pros and cons, it all depended on one's perspective. Go Che was indeed ruthless, but Yang Kai had no intention of truly forming a friendship with him, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Enough of that, what we need to consider now is how to survive from Xue Li's hands. You stay close to her and pay attention to her surroundings, see if there is anything we can use to our advantage. Perhaps an inadvertent discovery will allow us to find a way out of this mess. Ling nodded heavily, inexplicably feeling as if she and Yang Kai were depending on one another. After talking for a while longer, Xue Li's subordinate called out from outside the hall, prompting Yang Kai to bid farewell to Ling, before being led back to his room. Time passed by, and everything was peaceful. Since the day Yang Kai refused Go Qiong's ransom, he seemed to have been forgotten by Xue Li, and for a full 2 months, no one paid him any attention. Yang Kai was also happy to be idle, spending all day meditating and cultivating while communicating with the divine tree. After 2 months, the divine tree's sentience had grown rapidly, and it was now able to use its divine sense to carry out simple conversations with Yang Kai. From Yang Kai, the divine tree had learned a lot, and its wisdom had also grown rapidly. Now, it had the IQ of a 6 or 7-year-old child, and besides being a little naughty, everything else about it was fine. The divine tree had now taken root in the black book space, so Yang Kai could replenish his young attribute energy from it at any time, and even his spiritual energy could be replenished. It could be said that he was carrying a huge energy warehouse with him, convenient and fast to the extreme. After 2 months of cultivation, Yang Kai's strength had also greatly improved. On this day, when Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the black book space, he suddenly found something wrong. The precious ores he had stored in his black book space seemed to have disappeared 1 or 2 times at a time. These ores were collected by Yang Kai when he entered Star Field last time. After the Star Field storm swept through the Star Field, a lot of these ores had been left behind, each of which was quite rare and precious. Yang Kai had wanted to use these ores to create some artifacts, but he hadn't had the time nor could he find a suitable artifact refiner to do so. Yang Kai wasn't too clear about the quantity of these ores, but he was keenly aware that they had indeed disappeared. In their original places, there were some scattered stones left behind. These stones were completely useless impurities, in other words, the original essence of the ores had all disappeared. Yang Kai was puzzled, so he sent his soul avatar into the divine tree's heart and asked the divine tree. He originally thought that the divine tree had secretly absorbed the essence of these ores, but unexpectedly, the divine tree shook its head, indicating that it had nothing to do with it. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and didn't ask any more questions. The divine tree's intelligence was only equivalent to that of a child, so lying at this age was normal. Yang Kai naturally didn't blame it, and if the divine tree needed these ores, Yang Kai was willing to give them all to it. Good, if these stones are useful to you, just use them. If they're gone, I'll look for more. Right, there's also that drop of spirit liquid over there, you can absorb a drop every day, it may be helpful to your growth. The divine tree suddenly rejoiced, immediately stretching out a branch and carefully absorbing a drop of the myriad drug liquid, a moment later letting out a satisfied sigh. Yang Kai looked at it with a smile, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed that someone was approaching him. Quickly notifying the divine tree, he released his soul avatar. Just as he opened his eyes, the door to his room was pushed open and Xue Li's subordinate beckoned to Yang Kai, indifferently saying, "Come out, Master wants to see you." Kai Yang furrowed his brow and followed behind the man as he was told. Yang Kai didn't know what this person's cultivation was, but from the degree of importance Xue Li placed on him and the pressure this man put on him, it was very likely he was a Saint Realm master. However, the demon race generally lived longer than the human race, so from his appearance, this man didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old. He was quite handsome, and from time to time he would reveal a frivolous look. Only when facing Xue Li would this man show a serious expression, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Friend, how should I address you?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The man turned his head and glanced over at Yang Kai, chuckling. Master said you have courage, boy, and now it seems that is indeed the case. You don't seem to have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, although I am under house arrest here, you haven't done anything to me for so long, which means I still have some value to you. What kind of awareness do I need to have? Boy, you're smart enough, I like it. The man grinned, hesitating for a moment before saying, call me UMO. You demon race people all have strange names. Yang Kai shook his head. I think you humans have strange names. UMO smiled lightly. Why does your master want to see me this time? Yang Kai asked again. I don't know, maybe he thinks you have no value and wants to kill you. UMO said with a gloating look, whistling frivolously, so you'd best be mentally prepared, or else you may not be able to die in peace. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but his expression didn't change. UMO observed Yang Kai's expression and nodded, thinking that this little brat was really different from the rest. If it had been an ordinary person hearing this news, they would have been scared witless, but this boy didn't seem worried at all. Of course, I'm gambling with my life, do you think I don't get any benefits? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly. Interesting, master, what do we do if he wants benefits? UMO looked up and asked Shueli, just give him a little bit of benefit. UMO lowered his head and nodded, turning to Yang Kai and saying, since master says so, as long as you can help us win, we'll give you 5% of the profits. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly, good. Turning to Shueli, he asked, if I can collect enough ransom in this way, will you let me go? Shueli opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai coldly before closing them again and saying lightly, that depends on my mood. If you're honest and obedient, there's still room for discussion, but if you dare to nitpick again, I'll immediately kill you. UMO, test his ability, don't let him be a piece of trash who only knows how to talk. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst from Umo's body and enveloped Yang Kai in an attempt to suppress him. Yang Kai's body shrank and he almost fell to his knees. Perceiving the tyrannical power contained in this pressure, his expression also changed greatly. Yuan Qi circulated madly through his meridians to resist the pressure coming from Umo. Umo was suddenly surprised. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Kai and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to teach him a lesson, so he hadn't shown any mercy. He had intended to force this boy to his knees with a single blow to grind down his sharp edges, but he hadn't expected this little brat would actually be able to survive. His expression becoming cold, Umo once again increased his strength. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his body gradually shrank, his knees bending as his face flushed red. Gritting his teeth, he glared towards Umo as his flesh began to writhe. Kacha, the white jade on the ground suddenly shattered and a shockwave spread outwards from Yang Kai. Cracks of varying lengths appeared on the walls of the entire hall, making it seem as if they would collapse at any moment. Shueli also finally opened her beautiful eyes and stared deeply towards Yang Kai, her pretty face filled with expectation, as if she wanted to see if Yang Kai could withstand Umo's methods. Under the terrifying pressure of Umo's aura, Yang Kai's body trembled and his veins bulged, but after 10 breaths of time, he seemed to have adapted to this kind of pressure and his lowered body slowly straightened up. Umo's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of how much strength he had just released. Under such pressure, let alone a first-order transcendent, even a second-order transcendent cultivator wouldn't be able to resist. Only a third-order transcendent cultivator would barely be able to resist. But this little brat had actually managed to resist, even though it seemed extremely difficult. Coldly snorting, Umo increased his strength for the third time. Yang Kai's feet sank into the ground all the way up to his knees. At that moment, Yang Kai moved, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow, yuan qi surging from his hands as he rushed towards Umo like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, a giant golden sword appeared in his hand and he slashed down towards Umo. Murderous intent flashed across Umo's eyes as his yuan qi flickered like a snake, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Enough! Shui Li's faint voice resounded throughout the hall. An invisible shockwave passed through and Yang Kai's body suddenly came to a halt, the profound heavenly sword in his hand disappearing into a streak of light and falling heavily to the ground. Umo also quickly withdrew his strength and frowned as he stared at Yang Kai, who had just gotten up from the ground, coldly asking, "Little brat, did you want to kill me just now?" Seeing this, Kai Yang smiled sinisterly. True Yang Yuan Qi, what a hateful aura. Shui Li frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Although her cultivation wasn't suppressed by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, just like fire and water, the demonic Qi in her body naturally rejected this kind of true Yang Yuan Qi. Your strength isn't bad, this queen has underestimated you, Shui Li nodded slightly. Shui Li nodded lightly. Being able to resist Umo's power for so long, even daring to counterattack at the last moment, seemingly determined to kill him, this human brat's combat strength and willpower far exceeded his current cultivation. Shui Li was a Saint Realm master, so she still had some insight. Master, we can make good use of this. Umo swept his eyes over Yang Kai indifferently, his expression becoming somewhat restless. Good, it's time for those bastards to bleed out, Shui Li sneered coldly. Shui Li smiled coldly, arrange a battle for him tomorrow. I want him to win it with great difficulty. Subordinate understands. Umo grinned wickedly, staring at Yang Kai like a wolf staring at a lamb. I have one more request. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and before Shui Li could become angry added, one last request. Speak. Shui Li shouted unhappily. Give me an artifact that can change my appearance. I don't want my appearance to be seen by too many people, otherwise, there will be many people from the demon race hunting me down in the future, Yang Kai said. Shui Li was startled but quickly reacted, smiling lightly, you're thinking quite far ahead. As long as Shui Li operated properly, Yang Kai could bring her a lot of wealth. Those people from the demon race who had lost so much wouldn't dare to be angry with Shui Li, so naturally they would focus all their resentment on Yang Kai. When that time came, even if he obtained freedom from Shui Li, he wouldn't be able to leave the demon land. Yang Kai had such an artifact given to him by Du Wan. However, he didn't dare to use it. After all, he had used this artifact to change his appearance to participate in the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. Once he was recognized, it would cause even more trouble, so he could only ask Shui Li for help. I don't have such an artifact on hand, it's too precious, Shui Li shook her head. But I can provide you with a mask, just a little bit of concealment. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Take him away. Rest well tonight, don't die tomorrow. Shui Li chuckled. Umo brought Yang Kai back to his previous room, but before leaving, he directly injected a few strands of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the flow of Yuan Qi in his body become much slower, and even his reaction speed became somewhat sluggish. Do you know why I'm doing this? Umo asked. Yang Kai gently nodded, not resisting. From what Shui Li had just said, it was obvious she wanted him to put on a show tomorrow in order to fool those from the demon race and interfere with their judgment. Oh. The yellow-skinned man was suddenly taken aback. Where did this human brat come from? Acting so arrogant, this master wants to see how you'll kill him in an incense stick worth of time. Umo also glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Although he had tested Yang Kai's depths and knew that his strength wasn't ordinary, right now he could only display half of his strength. Just being able to survive was already good enough, so spouting such boastful words was a bit too much for his own good. Yang Kai no longer said anything and just waited quietly. Inside the deathmatch arena, the battle between the two cultivators had already come to a conclusion. One was dismembered while the other was crippled. Immediately, someone went to clean up the battlefield. Although the one who was crippled survived, he was also struggling at death's door. When the person who went to clean up the battlefield saw this scene, he asked the spectators on the high platform how to deal with the situation, and after receiving an answer, turned around and directly killed the victor. Blood dyed the ground red, but from the stands there was a burst of cheers. After waiting for a while, Umo nodded to Yang Kai and said, "It's your turn, remember what Master said yesterday." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he put on the mask that Umo had prepared for him and stepped forward. From the opposite corridor, another person slowly walked out. This person was tall and burly and his upper body was bare, his muscles bulging, each one filled with explosive power. In terms of height alone, he was more than twice the size of Yang Kai. As he approached, a towering murderous aura rushed towards Yang Kai, as fierce as a storm, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. However, Yang Kai remained motionless, like a 10,000-year-old reef. When this murderous aura reached him, he took the initiative to part to the left and right. In the stands, many people showed interested expressions, thinking that this life-or-death battle would be very exciting. Enling, who was standing next to Shueli, clenched her fists and watched nervously. A moment later, the two stood about 10 meters apart and stared at each other. The burly man opposite them should be a human, but for some reason he had been captured and brought to the demon land. According to what Umo had said before, most of the cultivator who entered the death arena were like Yang Kai, captured and forced to fight to the death in order to preserve their lives. There were also some who took the initiative to seek refuge under the master of the demon race in order to obtain benefits and status. There were also some who were personally trained by these masters. But no matter what the reason was, the ultimate goal of entering the death arena was to kill the enemy. Little brat, hiding your head but showing your tail, are you afraid to show your true face? Kneel down and kowtow to this grandfather 3 times and this grandfather will spare your life, how about it? The burly man suddenly shouted, his voice like a clap of thunder, resounding in Yang Kai's ears. This angry shout not only had the intention of deterring the enemy, but also secretly mixed in a trace of divine sense attack. If one was careless, they would lose the will to fight in an instant. At that time, they would be chased by this strong man without any strength to fight back. However, such tricks obviously didn't work on Yang Kai, so after hearing this, he didn't say anything and simply stared at his opponent indifferently, slowly moving his body and adjusting his yuan qi to check his condition. Thanks to Umo, Yang Kai's current yuan qi circulation speed had been greatly reduced and his reaction time had also become much slower. If he didn't lift the seal on his body, he wouldn't be able to display his peak strength. However, this should be enough to deal with this burly man. Little brat, are you deaf? Not receiving a response, the burly man roared again. As soon as his voice fell, he saw Yang Kai's figure flicker and a murderous intent suddenly appear from the side. The burly man's brow flashed a cold light as his lips slowly curled upwards, showing no intention of dodging. Hong, with a muffled bang, Yang Kai's palm struck his opponent's waist but found that his opponent didn't move at all. His opponent's body was as hard as a sheet of iron and the force of the rebound caused his arm to go numb. His opponent's strength also seemed to be quite good. Yang Kai immediately understood. Being able to win 3 consecutive battles in the death arena, this burly man's combat experience and ability were obviously superior to ordinary people, otherwise, he would have died long ago. Seeing his attack fail, without waiting for Yang Kai to withdraw, the burly man grinned, silently and mysteriously lifting his palm and condensing all of his yuan qi into it before slashing downwards. His true essence surged and transformed into the shape of a giant hammer in the air. Before this attack even arrived, the ground around the death arena stage had already caved in, showing just how terrifying this blow was. Yang Kai's expression flickered as his reaction was somewhat clumsy and he didn't have time to withdraw his hand. In the next moment, the palm directly chopped down on Yang Kai's arm. With a crisp sound, Yang Kai's arm broke and drooped down softly. Only then did he reluctantly retreat and open up a distance between him and the burly man. In the stands, there was a burst of boos. The spectators of the demon race had originally seen Yang Kai wearing a mask and appearing calm, so they thought he had some special ability, but they didn't expect that after just one exchange of blows, his arm would be broken, which really disappointed them. Ah! And Ling cried out, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Shirley narrowed her eyes and stared at Yang Kai below, pursing her lips into a smile. In the death arena, Yang Kai, whose arm had been broken, had just stabilized himself when the burly man rushed in front of him like a bolt of lightning. His two thick arms suddenly flashed with black arcs of electricity, making them look ferocious and terrifying. The burly man's body exuded a bloody and brutal aura, and traces of cold light that made people's hearts tremble suddenly appeared, pouring into his hand in an aggressive manner. Immediately, two black lightning-like balls of energy appeared in his palms, the size of washbasins and filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his hands, the burly man directly wrapped Yang Kai in them. Lightning surged. He wanted to use this attack to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no strength to resist, and under the attack of the black lightning, he could only move left and right, but he couldn't avoid it at all. Countless palm prints appeared all over his body, causing blood to spurt out, making him look extremely miserable. The boos from the stands grew even louder. What they wanted to enjoy was a blood-boiling battle, not a one-sided slaughter like this. Yang Kai's performance was truly despicable. Those demon race people who had placed their bets on Yang Kai even began cursing and swearing at him, their words extremely unpleasant to the ears. Even Shweli frowned slightly, a cold expression appearing on her face. She wondered if Yang Kai's performance before was an accident. In fact, his true strength wasn't that great, otherwise how could he be so weak when facing a cultivator of the same realm? He couldn't have survived such an attack. Another piece of trash. Shirley coldly snorted in her heart, gradually losing interest in Yang Kai. Chapter 782. Blood dyed the earth red as Yang Kai cut a sorry figure. On the other hand, his opponent was becoming fiercer and fiercer as he fought, seizing every opportunity he could. The brawny man fought to his heart's content and sent Yang Kai flying into the air with a single punch. When Yang Kai fell back down, the brawny man punched Yang Kai's back again, sending him directly into the ground. Dust filled the air, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening on the battlefield. Because of the barrier covering the death arena, even the Saint Realm Masters who released their divine senses were unable to obtain much information. All they could vaguely sense was that this battle had come to an end. How boring! Many people secretly thought to themselves. But before they could finish their thoughts though, a fierce murderous aura suddenly filled the air, stirring up a strong wind and scattering all the dust. After everyone saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help exclaiming. Yang Kai, who should have been lying on the ground, unable to get up or even killed, at this moment was actually using his unscathed hand to press his opponent to the ground. The hand that covered the brawny man's cheek wasn't too wide, but it was like the sky itself was falling down, so no matter how the brawny man struggled, he was unable to stand up. At that moment, no one had been able to see what was happening inside the dust cloud, but when the dust settled, such a scene appeared, it was truly surprising. Everyone had seen a desperate counterattack, a battle that turned defeat into victory, but none of them had ever been as confused as today. At this moment, the mask on Yang Kai's face seemed to become extremely cold. Wind and thunder force surged, pouring from Yang Kai's palm into the brawny man's body, forming an intertwined killing field inside his body. *Pang, The brawny man exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. Up in the stands, Shui Li's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to display such a bizarre performance, her thin red lips curling into a smile. His true strength? How is it? Shui Li suddenly asked Ling softly. I won't tell you. Ling shook her head. Why didn't you tell me? Shirley didn't get angry this time. Instead, she revealed a thoughtful expression and pursed her lips into a smile. Then I'll figure it out myself. Looking down at the death arena below, Yang Kai was slowly making his way towards the corridor with one arm hanging by his side. Shui Li suddenly felt that this human boy should have some extraordinary skills. The spectator stands were silent for a long time. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise. Most people seemed to be unable to accept such a result and were discussing spiritedly. When Yang Kai returned to the corridor, Yumo's eyes flashed a cold light as he stared at him. The yellow-faced man's mouth was wide open as he stood there in a daze. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. It didn't even take half an hour for this arrogant human brat to kill his opponent. Does this match look difficult enough? Yang Kai took off the mask on his face and asked Yumo. Yumo's mouth twitched as he nodded lightly. Not only had it been difficult, but it had also been quite lifelike, without the slightest flaw. Even Yumo thought Yang Kai was dead. But at the last moment, Yang Kai had been shocked. This little brat's courage was quite big. Wasn't he afraid he wouldn't be able to stand up after taking such a violent attack? Only then did Kai Yang shake his arm, and a crisp sound came from his broken arm. In an instant. Arrange a second-order transcendent for me in the next round, that way you'll be able to obtain more benefits while I'll also be able to obtain more benefits. The sooner I collect the ransom, the sooner I can leave. Yang Kai grinned. If I win tomorrow, will I have collected enough ransom? What about Ling? Shui Li looked at him for a moment before smiling. Of course it's only yours. However, I can give you a chance. As long as you win tomorrow, I'll let you two go. You said so yourself. Yang Kai laughed. Demon General's words should be trusted, right? I hope you won't go back on your word. Shui Li closed her beautiful eyes and didn't respond. What questions? Looking at you, it seems you're 100 times more confident in today's battle. Humph, you already know the answer. My Sand City's death arena has gambling rules. Since you're so confident, why don't you place a bet? When the battle over there is over, you can make some money. Do I need you to remind me? Feng Biao said with a disgruntled expression. I've already bet 200,000 crystal stones. Umo snorted and said in surprise, worthy of Feng Biao, you're quite generous. It seems you want to make a fortune in my Sand City. You can't afford it? Feng Biao smiled contemptuously. If you can't afford it, I can withdraw as long as you, Umo, apologize to me in front of all these people. Don't joke. Since Sand City has opened up this business, naturally no matter how much it costs, I'm just saying, this is a rare opportunity. Why don't we play big? Saying so, he stared towards Feng Biao with a threatening look. Feng Biao's brow furrowed as he quickly said, play big? You can bet everything you have. I remember you have a lot of artifacts, right? Feng Biao frowned as he stared at Umo suspiciously, coldly saying, why do you look so confident in that human? It's hard to say, maybe he'll win, maybe he'll lose, 50-50. Since it's a bet, let's see if you have the courage. Feng Biao stared at him deeply. Although he knew that this guy, who was completely incompatible with him, was provoking him, he still couldn't suppress his anger and nodded. Good, I'll bet all my artifacts. Saying so, he He stretched out his hand and summoned out a glowing artifact armor, a long halberd that exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, and a black ruler, which he handed over to Umo. These three things were all saint-grade artifacts, each of them priceless. Together, the value of these three artifacts was immeasurable. They were Feng Biao's most trusted and most frequently used artifacts. If he lost this bet, Feng Biao's combat effectiveness would plummet. After handing over these three saint-grade artifacts, Feng Biao even took out the universe bag from his waist and handed it to Umo, sneering, "If you want to play, then let's play to the end, what do you say?" Umo's brow twitched, but he still smiled and didn't say anything, turning around and leaving. Feng Biao didn't stop him, nor did he ask him to sign any kind of agreement. Although they didn't like each other, a verbal agreement was still mutually respected. A moment later, Umo returned to Xue Li's side. "Have you arranged everything?" Xue Li looked down at Yang Kai standing in the middle of the death arena and asked softly. Feng Biao has bet all his belongings." Umo nodded lightly, frowning slightly. "Master, do you have so much confidence in that little brat?" To be honest, although his previous performance was quite surprising, this time I really don't think he'll win. He's very likely to die here. It doesn't matter if he dies, but Feng Biao has bet so much, if he dies, it will affect my Sand City. I don't know. Xue Li's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion as she shook her head gently. Umo was surprised. In front of so many members of the demon race, he couldn't use his soul-devouring insects, so he could only use his own means to defeat this enemy head-on. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to test the results of his recent cultivation. Chapter 784. While Yang Kai was observing his opponent was also sizing him up, his eyes wandering about as he tried to guess his intentions. Although he couldn't see Yang Kai's face, he could feel a thick murderous aura radiating from him. This aura was extremely rich and obvious, and when facing an opponent whose cultivation was far higher than his, the pair of eyes under the mask actually burned with a burning desire to fight. He's not a mediocre cultivator. This man only needed to observe for a moment before he immediately understood, a trace of caution flashing across the depths of his eyes. The difference in cultivation was so great, yet the other party was so eager to fight. There were only two explanations, either arrogance or self-confidence. Someone who could win more than a dozen consecutive battles in the death arena could not be the first. If that were the case, this man would have died long ago. Did this human brat really think he could compete with him with just a first-order origin realm cultivation? This man suddenly felt intrigued. In the stands, when Yang Kai's opponent walked out, the sound of discussion rang out from all directions. Many of the demon race cultivators pointed towards Yang Kai's opponent, a look of surprise appearing on their faces, seemingly having recognized his identity. "Isn't that Di Xiao, one of Master Go Qiong's subordinates?" "That's him, I went to Qingliao City before and saw him there." "He is indeed Di Xiao. Why would he appear in the death arena?" "It is said that he is the strongest master under the Saint Realm among Master Go Qiong's subordinates, only one step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm." This human brat facing Di Xiao, I'm afraid he's in for a bad time. Di Xiao's means are not something an ordinary transcendent can compare to. After serving under Master Go Qiong for so many years, he has made many outstanding achievements and is said to be able to even exchange blows with Saint Realm masters. What a pity, after today, I'm afraid we won't be able to see this masked brat's figure on the death arena stage again. A trivial human brat, if he dies then he dies, let's see how Di Xiao kills him. This brat has been so rampant for so long, does he really think there is no one in our demon race who can match him? Good. Although I prefer him. But he is a human after all. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow when he heard the whispers coming from all directions. It was as if he hadn't expected his opponent to be so famous in the demon race. Since Go Qiong had sent him to deal with him, it was clear that this matter was of great importance to him. Di Shao suddenly grinned. "Friend, although we aren't from the same clan, I heard that you've defeated more than a dozen second-order transcendent masters, each time barely escaping death. I admire people like you very much. If possible, I would like to befriend you, but I was ordered by Master Go Qiong to take your life this time, so don't blame me later." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He remained indifferent and silent. "Then, let's begin." Di Shao cupped his fists slightly before disappearing like a ghost. Yang Kai's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 100 feet away. He clenched his fists, and yuan qi gushed out. He ruthlessly smashed downwards in a violent and direct manner. The destructive power reached deep into the ground. Boom! The entire death arena stage shook violently. The aftermath of the impact spread to the edge of the arena and was blocked by countless barriers and barriers. A giant crater more than 100 meters deep appeared in an instant. From this giant crater, a cold light flashed, seemingly tearing through space, crossing the barrier of distance and instantly arriving at Yang Kai's chest. The demon race spectators in the stands were all stunned and couldn't help calling out in alarm. Yang Kai was only a first-order transcendent, but he was actually able to withstand the attacks of Di Shao, a third-order transcendent, without showing the slightest sign of defeat, a fact that was difficult to accept. Di Shao was not an ordinary demon race cultivator, he was one of Go Qiong's subordinates and could be said to be the strongest master below the Saint Realm in the entire demon race. The number of masters who had died at his hands was innumerable, and on top of that, Go Qiong had specially trained him as his future right-hand man. His status and strength were not something an ordinary transcendent could compare to. Even in the stands, the demon race cultivators could feel the terrifying power of Di Zhao's attacks. Such a powerful attack had not been able to break through the defenses of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi shield, which was obviously a bit surprising. "Master, he really does have potential to be unearthed." Yu Mo's eyes lit up as he muttered, "In the previous battles, he didn't use his full strength." Xue Li's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly said, "Yuan Qi alone was able to resist Di Zhao's attack. It's obvious that the density and purity of his Yuan Qi is no less than Di Zhao's. This young man is not bad at all." The cultivator around Xue Li was also paying close attention, a look of shock appearing on their faces. Only Ling Er's face was filled with worry. Although Xue Li was praising Yang Kai, Ling could hear the dread in her voice. The more dazzling Yang Kai's performance this time, the more determined Xue Li was to kill him. But if Yang Kai fell into Di Zhao's hands, he would still die. Regardless of the situation, Yang Kai's situation was quite dangerous. Ling Er's heart was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. Interesting. Di Shao looked at Yang Kai, who was resisting his attacks not far away, and was instead quite happy. He originally felt that Master Go Qiong sending him to kill such a human brat was a waste of his talents, but after arriving in Sand City and hearing about Yang Kai's various achievements, he felt that such a person was worth his time. In fact, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But now, when he found that this human brat had the strength to fight back, Di Shao immediately became excited. He was the kind of person who enjoyed fighting and longed for a baptism of blood. He enjoyed watching his opponent stubbornly resist but struggle helplessly. At this moment, Di Shao truly regarded Yang Kai as an opponent, and his mentality subtly changed. The power gushing out from his body instantly increased. The tornadoes that hovered around him howled like pitch-black flood dragons. They merged with each other and converged into an even larger storm that swept through the entire arena. The surrounding barriers were impacted by this energy, and ripples visible to the naked eye began to appear. However, these barriers had all been personally arranged by Xue Li, so although Di Shao was skilled, he was unable to destroy them, so the demon race spectators in the stands didn't worry much and instead continued to stare down below in high spirits, chatting amongst themselves. Yang Kai was completely enveloped by the wind blades and tornadoes. The wind blades swept out like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky and earth in an innumerable number, their sharp auras threatening to tear him apart. The aura of death mixed in with these wind blades was terrifying. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge. Kacha, the shield condensed from Yang liquid didn't last long under the onslaught of this berserk attack and directly shattered. In the next moment, Yang Kai's body was enveloped by countless wind blades. His clothes were torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. In just a breath's time, Yang Kai's body was covered with countless wounds. Even the clothes he was wearing had been cut into shreds. He was in a sorry state. Di Shao smiled as he stared at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man, without the slightest emotion. In the next moment, Di Shao's smile stiffened on his face. Kai Yang, who should have been shot to death, actually slowly straightened his upper body. Lowering his head slightly, he stared at him with a sinister look in his eyes. His throat emitted a strange and creepy laugh, making everyone's hair stand on end. This discovery dealt a heavy blow to Di Shao, causing his mood to become complicated. He was an elite among the elites of the demon race, and in just 80 years, he had reached the third-order transcendent realm and was expected to reach the peak of the Saint Realm before he was 100 years old. A 100-year-old Saint Realm Master was an extremely rare existence in the entire Tongxian realm. Some of the elites cultivated by great forces would reach the transcendent realm at a very young age, but once they reached this realm, almost all of them would experience slow progress, rarely being able to break through to the Saint Realm before they were 100 years old. But Di Shao had such potential. This was also why he had placed high hopes on Master Go Qiong, providing him with an extremely good cultivation environment and a lot of material support. For a long time, Di Shao had been proud of this, believing that one day he would become the strongest master below the demon commander, perhaps even stand shoulder to shoulder with the demon commander. But now, he had been struck by a huge blow. If what Go Che said was true, then this human boy he was fighting was only 25 or 26 years old. Had all these extra decades of cultivation gone to waste? Chapter 786. In a battle between masters, it was not only a competition of one's own strength, but also of one's state of mind and will. Di Zhao's mind went blank for a moment as the stalemate between them suddenly became clear and his momentum was completely suppressed by Yang Kai. The spectators from the demon race in the stands also finally realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Originally, the golden and black energies had been evenly matched inside the death arena stage, neither of them inferior to the other, but suddenly, Di Zhao's black demonic qi had weakened significantly while the hateful golden hue had suddenly become brighter. Seeing this scene, no one could sit still. Impossible. This little brat can even defeat Di Zhao. How is that possible? Di Zhao is a third-order transcendent, 2 minor realms higher than him. If Di Zhao is defeated, our demon race will lose all face. Damn, is this guy even human? A first-order transcendent can defeat a third-order transcendent. What if he really becomes a saint? Even Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong, had a gloomy expression on his face. His eagle claw-like hand pinched the back of his chair, crushing it into dust, but he didn't even realize it. Shueli also leaned forward and used her powerful divine sense to penetrate the death arena stage, paying close attention to any changes in the battle. Of all the spectators present, no one could see the situation more clearly than her because the barriers around the death arena stage had been personally arranged by her. Her original intention was to allow the cultivator who entered the stage to fight a life-or-death battle space without worrying about disturbing the gamblers in the stands, but after all, this was the work of a top-level master, so even if others tried to peer through the barriers, it would be impossible for them to see anything clearly. Xueli, on the other hand, was different. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Yang Kai and Di Xiao, as if they were floating in the air. This battle had really exceeded her expectations. If she hadn't inferred that Yang Kai was likely to win based on Enling's mood and clues, Xueli would have never believed it. This battle was far more exciting than she had expected. Moreover, as she watched, the murderous intent towards Yang Kai in Xueli's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of suspicion and confusion. Amidst the densely packed sounds of explosions, the golden and black energies that had been entangled together suddenly separated. The two silhouettes retreated separately, and with great difficulty, they stood still with a distance of several hundred feet between them. Dust flew everywhere as the battlefield became chaotic. Everyone in the stands held their breaths and remained silent, their eyes closely watching the battle below. Everyone wanted to know who had won. Gradually, the dust settled and the two figures below were imprinted in everyone's eyes. A series of gasps rang out. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Di Xiao's entire body was bathed in blood and there wasn't a single part of his body that was unscathed. There were clear palm prints all over his body. Fist marks, finger marks. This elite warrior under Go Qiong's command seemed to be exhausted, gasping for breath. The sound of his breath sounding like a broken bellows entered everyone's ears, indicating that he didn't have much strength left. Yang Kai was also covered in blood and under the illumination of the sun, there was even a faint golden glow around him, making him look extremely strange. His sturdy body was riddled with scars. He wasn't much better off than Di Xiao. The only difference between the two was the light in their eyes. Di Xiao's originally brilliant eyes were now dull and dull. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was brimming with energy. Di Xiao. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see it. I underestimated you, you really are strong. Di Xiao coughed a few times and spat out some blood and bits of his internal organs. Anyone who underestimates me will pay the price. Yang Kai grinned and took a deep breath before lifting his foot and slowly walking forward, his yuan qi surging madly as his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill this man in front of him and put an end to this death match. Seeing his intentions, Feng Biao, who had been sitting in the stands with a gloomy expression, finally couldn't sit still and shouted angrily, "Boy, you dare." Saying so, his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the death arena stage. Although Di Xiao had failed Master Go Qiong's expectations by losing to a human brat, he was still someone Go Qiong valued highly, so Yang Kai didn't have the right to kill him. Feng Biao couldn't just sit back and watch, he wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai as well. UMO. On the other side, Xueli suddenly shouted. UMO nodded lightly and also disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he suddenly appeared in front of Feng Biao, blocking his path. "Get out of my way." Feng Biao shouted angrily, not caring that this was Xueli's territory, directly sending out a palm strike towards UMO. The latter coldly snorted and quickly responded. The two First-Order Saint Realm Masters from the demon race instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Above the death arena stage, flashes of light flickered as a terrifying burst of power erupted. All the spectators from the demon race were dumbfounded. They had not expected that today, not only would they be able to enjoy a wonderful battle between two transcendents, they would even be able to enjoy a battle between two Saint Realm Masters, immediately becoming excited as they stared intently. UMO, what do you mean by this? Feng Biao saw that he couldn't get rid of UMO and angrily asked, "Do you know who Di Xiao is? If he dies here, can you bear the anger of Master Go Qiong?" Idiot! Whether Go Qiong is angry or not, it's none of my business. Umo sneered, this is Sand City, my master's territory, have you made a mistake? You're forcing Master Go Qiong and Master Shueli to fight. That's not what I meant, it's just that the death arena has its own rules. Only one person can leave alive, this rule cannot be broken. You. Feng Biao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. While he was fighting with Umo, he saw Yang Kai arrive in front of Di Shao, the Yuan Qi condensed at his fingertips, his movements extremely calm. Di Shao, who had exhausted all of his strength, was barely able to stand, let alone resist, so at this moment he was looking up towards the sky for help. Feng Biao quickly shouted, little brat, if you dare attack, you're dead. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that Shueli was protecting Yang Kai, so no one dared to act rashly, only cursing and swearing. Standing in the middle of the death arena, Yang Kai didn't seem to be aware of all this. In fact, he was also paying close attention. The actions of Shueli's subordinates made him feel a little strange, but since this woman didn't want to kill him for the time being, Yang Kai could rest assured and boldly break through without any worries. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mind remained calm, without sadness or joy, without any desires or thoughts, allowing his aura to surge. Now that Yang Kai had said it in front of so many people, Shueli had no choice but to reconsider. If she did not abide by the demon general's words, it would greatly affect Shueli's reputation. Smelly brat. Shueli ground her teeth angrily, knowing that Yang Kai was forcing her, but she couldn't refuse in front of so many people. Master, he's courting death. Umo laughed gloatingly, let him go, we won't need to do anything to stop him from dying. Saying so, Umo glanced over at Feng Biao, whose face was filled with murderous intent. Umo knew that Feng Biao was the one who wanted to kill Yang Kai the most. The key is that I don't want him to die now. Shueli snorted. Umo was stunned and didn't dare say anything more. Shueli, master won't go back on his word, right? Inside the death arena, Yang Kai shouted for the third time, his face filled with an inexplicable smile. Shueli exhaled lightly, causing her ample bosom to rise and fall exaggeratedly as she slowly stood up and declared, of course not, you and your female companion are now free to leave whenever you want, no one will stop you. Yang Kai stared at her deeply and cupped his fists, many thanks, Master Shueli. Saying so, he flew up from the death arena and rushed towards Shueli, arriving in front of her in a flash, grabbing an ling, and shouting, let's go. Little brat, I believe we'll meet again soon. Shueli suddenly whispered softly, her words reaching Yang Kai's ears, causing his heart to tremble. Glancing over at Shueli, he suddenly found that this woman was staring at him with a deep and meaningful gaze. Cheap slut. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, knowing that Shueli didn't intend to let him leave so easily. In front of all these demon race members in the death arena, she had agreed without hesitation because she didn't want to damage her reputation, but she was definitely plotting something behind his back. Yang Kai was afraid that as soon as they left, there would be people chasing after them. Yang Kai immediately understood and said, I don't think we'll meet again. Just wait and see. Shueli coldly snorted. Yang Kai took an ling, and shot up into the sky, disappearing like a bolt of lightning. In the stands, the demon race people who were filled with righteous indignation and wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai saw him leave so blatantly and also left the stands, forming groups of 3 or 4 as they quietly followed behind Yang Kai. Shueli and Umo saw all this but pretended not to notice, not making the slightest attempt to stop them. Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong, stood in place, his expression gloomy for a moment before glancing over at Shueli and grinning meaningfully and disappearing. Master, they seem to have all chased after him. I'm afraid this time that little brat's fate is sealed. Umo whispered. Not to mention Feng Biao, a first-order saint, who was tailing them. Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope at all. Just his clansmen alone were enough to give Yang Kai a headache. Although Yang Kai was strong and had only just broken through a minor realm, after fighting Di Shao for such a long time, it was likely his strength had been reduced by at least 70 to 80%. Being caught by those people, only death awaited him. He's dead meat. Xueli grit her teeth, seemingly a little annoyed. That little brat brought this upon himself. If he hadn't left, I wouldn't have killed him, but he chose to die. Then, you go and bring him back for me. Xueli ordered lightly, don't let anyone take his life. Yes. Umo nodded and quickly set off. Humph, daring to say we won't meet again, I'd like to see what kind of expression you'll have when you see this king. Xueli smiled softly, got up, and walked towards her palace, preparing to wait for the moment Yang Kai was captured. Outside Sand City, Yang Kai and Enling were running at top speed, their speed reaching an unimaginable level, leaving a long afterimage behind them. Are you okay? Enling asked worriedly. During the battle with Di Shao, Enling had also been frightened and knew how serious Yang Kai's injuries were. At this time, what he should be doing was calmly recuperating instead of frantically using his yuan qi. I'm fine, Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai was well aware of his own body's condition. The powerful restorative power of the demon god's blood had even surprised Yang Kai. If it had been before, after suffering such serious injuries, Yang Kai would have needed to recuperate for a while, but now, the demon god's blood in his body had an incredible restorative ability, allowing him to recover in a short time. Although he hadn't fully healed yet, he was able to move without any hindrance. On top of that, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about his yuan qi. There were still hundreds of drops of yang liquid in the dantian and 60 to 70 fruits from the divine tree in the black book space, all of which could be used to supplement his yuan qi. There seems to be someone chasing us from behind. Enling suddenly shouted, her beautiful face going pale. It's not just someone, it's a lot of people. Yang Kai's expression didn't change, he had long since noticed this. Under the investigation of his powerful divine sense, he was even able to clearly see the number and cultivations of the pursuers. There were quite a few transcendents and even a few saints, but there were only 2 or 3 of them. Behind these people was that Feng Biao. Feng Biao's aura was locked onto him, and he could not get rid of it. Behind Feng Biao was Umo. Sure enough, Xueli had sent him to chase after him. Yang Kai secretly cursed, vowing to himself that one day he would teach this poisonous woman a good lesson. More than half of Sand City's forces had been drawn out by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was quite annoyed in his heart, but he didn't show any of it on his face, continuing to fly forward at a leisurely pace. The masters from the demon race who had chased after Yang Kai out of Sand City had all summoned their artifacts and used their full strength to chase after him, gradually closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. After an hour or so, Yang Kai had only flown a few hundred kilometers before he was about to be caught. Enling anxiously sent a series of seals into Yang Kai's body to help his yuan qi circulate and increase his speed. They won't be able to catch up. Yang Kai comforted her, he had been maintaining this speed all this time simply waiting for an opportunity. In his perception, most of these pursuers were nothing to fear. Once his soul-devouring insects appeared, they would all die. The only ones he needed to be wary of were the few Saint Realm Masters mixed in with Feng Biao and Umo. What? City Lord Man's face paled as he exclaimed, are you sure? Di Shao was killed by him? He seems to only be a second-order transcendent. I saw it with my own eyes, how could I be mistaken? Also, when he killed Di Shao, he was only a first-order transcendent. After killing Di Shao, he broke through to his current realm. Are you for real? City Lord Man had a look of disbelief on his face as he exclaimed in shock. Why else do you think Feng Biao chased after him for an entire month? Umo ground his teeth. Damn it, I won't mention it, it's too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. City Lord Man burst out laughing, a look of ridicule filling his face. What, you chased him for an entire month and still couldn't catch him? As he laughed, his expression suddenly became cold as he muttered, it seems this little brat really has some skill. Saintess Nan? Yang Kai muttered. It should be. Ling gently nodded, her beautiful eyes dark and gloomy, as if she couldn't see the light at all. Fuck. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Being chased by Umo and Feng Biao, being ambushed and intercepted by Gu Man, he didn't care because he hadn't used all of his means yet. He believed that as long as he became the demon race, he would be able to escape with Ling. But at this critical moment, this previous generation saintess who had never killed a single person in her life and slaughtered 1,000,000 corpses after her death had actually chased him here, disrupting Yang Kai's plans and causing him to become anxious. Yang Kai had experienced Saintess Nan's methods before and knew he couldn't resist her. Even if he had broken through to the second-order transcendent realm now, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating her. The last time he had been able to escape from her hands was entirely because of the void corridor at the bottom of the sea, but now that he was in the middle of nowhere, there was no possibility of escape. Yang Kai's emotions were stirred up while Feng Biao, Umo, and the others also wore dignified expressions. All of them were Saint Realm Masters, so they could naturally perceive the tyrannical strength of this person. Even they had to be wary of such an existence. What kind of powerful master would actually come here? The two of them couldn't understand and could only stare towards Yang Kai thoughtfully, wanting to get an answer from him. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave, my reinforcements are here. Yang Kai stared at them coldly, trying to maintain a calm expression. Umo chuckled, why do I feel like this person is filled with murderous intent towards you and the woman beside you? Yang Kai curled his lips, knowing that there was no way he could deceive Umo and the others. Little brat, you really know how to stir up trouble, actually provoking such a powerful enemy. It's a miracle you've survived until now. Do you think I want to? Yang Kai said indignantly. If he hadn't learned a few of the 9 heavens divine skills from Ling, and been tainted with her aura, Saintess Nan wouldn't have targeted him like this. But Umo, this person's aura is a bit strange. Gu Man frowned as he carefully probed this person's aura. He couldn't help but feel that this person's aura was too heavy, completely devoid of any fluctuations a living person should have, shaking his head and asking, what should we do? Capture this little brat and leave quickly. Umo decisively made up his mind, not daring to delay any longer. No matter how strange this person was, Umo had already felt how tyrannical his opponent was. Even if he and Gu Man joined forces, they might not necessarily be able to win. If they didn't leave now, the night was long and the dreams were many. No need, I'll go with you. They knew that today, they had no choice but to fight with this woman. Even Feng Biao, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, couldn't help feeling angry. He had also been locked onto by Saintess Nan's divine sense, so if he wanted to survive, he could only temporarily join forces with Umo and Gu Man to resist. The 3 first-order saints immediately gathered together. Even if such a lineup couldn't win against Saintess Nan, escaping was probably not a problem. A moment later, when Saintess Nan was about 300 meters away, rolling demonic chi burst forth from the 3 Saint Realm Masters of the demon race, all of them displaying their full strength as they attacked Saintess Nan. A giant sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down towards the three saints, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Profound heavenly sword. This giant sword contained a thick death domain, causing Umo and the other saints to tremble in fear. Don't mention anything about the Holy Master, and don't tell them that I learned 3 9 heavens divine skills from you. You don't want to be the Holy Master? And Ling keenly understood Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I already said, even if I don't become the Holy Master, I can still reach that height. If I were to become your Holy Master, I'm afraid it wouldn't even take 300 years for me to become a skeleton. If I die, it doesn't matter, many people will be sad. Are they all women? And Ling asked softly, her tone filled with jealousy. Ahem, only 1 or 2, Yang Kai said awkwardly. Good, since you're so against it, I won't say anything. When we reach a safe place, you can leave on your own. I'm sure Great Elder and the others won't embarrass you too much, and Ling pursed her red lips. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not slowing down his pace as he flew forward to meet them. While the two were talking, several divine senses spread out from the other side and began probing them. After a short while, these divine senses all revealed a kind of joy and excitement, apparently having recognized Ling's life aura. A moment later, several streaks of light entered Yang Kai's eyes, and from a distance, someone called out, "Is it Her Highness the Saintess?" Great Elder. And Ling responded quickly. It really is Her Highness the Saintess. The speed of the several streaks of light increased, and in the blink of an eye, arrived in front of Yang Kai and Ling. 4 Saint Realm Masters. The one leading them should be the Great Elder Su Hui that Ling mentioned, a second-order saint, not the slightest bit worse than Saintess Nan. Wearing a grey robe, his eyes flashed brilliantly and his expression was one of awe and dignity. Behind him were 3 other saints, all of whom should be masters from 9 heavens' holy land. Such a tyrannical lineup showed just how strong 9 heavens' holy land's heritage was. After all, if the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan had not died, the Holy Land would have had 2 more top masters. Soaring Heaven sect was such a powerful force, but it only had 2 saints. One was Chu Ling Xiao and the other was a martial uncle Yang Kai had never seen before. Compared to 9 heavens' holy land, Soaring Heaven sect appeared somewhat weak. With such a heritage, 9 heavens' holy land could be considered one of the strongest forces in the entire world, but after experiencing the death of both the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan, 9 heavens' holy land should have declined significantly. With the blessings of the old Holy Master in heaven, Her Highness the Saintess is safe and sound. Su Hui hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed, a look of relief appearing on his face. Most of the other 3 masters also wore similar expressions. It was obvious that they were all very worried about Ling's safety. Chapter 793. Using his divine sense to penetrate every inch of his skin, Yang Kai began examining the changes in his physique's yuan qi. After breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm, Yang Kai felt that the density and purity of his yuan qi had improved significantly. Moreover, his physical body had also become much stronger in those battles of life and death. Yang Kai's spiritual energy had also improved greatly. Under the constant nourishment of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, this breakthrough had allowed Yang Kai's soul cultivation to experience a gratifying growth. Yang Kai felt that his current spiritual energy should not be inferior to a first-order saint in a head-on clash. Coupled with the tyrannical and mysterious power of his conflagrated knowledge, if an ordinary first-order saint really chose to fight him in this manner, they would likely suffer a great loss. Yang Kai also had the Soul Battle Hall, an artifact that could forcibly drag his enemy's soul avatar into his space and engage in a divine sense battle. All of these factors had greatly increased Yang Kai's confidence. The misfortunes and setbacks he had encountered over the past year had all turned into motivation and opportunities for him to become stronger. Any expert would only be able to gain insights and experience in life and death battles that they would not normally be able to obtain. It was only when they were on the brink of death that they would be able to clearly understand some things that they would not normally be able to understand. It could be said that every successful cultivator had experienced life or death situations and possessed a spirit that did not fear death, allowing them to become stronger and stronger in the face of adversity. This kind of heaven's favored child who grew up in a greenhouse would be fine if their path to maturity was smooth sailing, but if they encountered even the slightest setback, they would be unable to recover and would eventually die young, fading out of sight. Yang Kai belonged to the former. Since he began cultivating, his path had been full of thorns and thorns. Along the way, he had cut his way through countless obstacles, wandering between life and death countless times, allowing him to possess a cultivation that far surpassed that of his peers. Everything he had now could be said to have been achieved by Yang Kai step by step. It was not luck. Nor was it a coincidence. Realizing all of this, Yang Kai's state of mind gradually underwent some subtle changes, becoming more confident, feeling that as long as he was given time, he would be able to stand at the peak of the martial Tao and overlook all living beings. Restraining his excitement, Yang Kai continued to examine his body. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised. The amount of golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have increased significantly. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that once the blood flowing through one's body completely turned gold, it was equivalent to having the blood of the demon god, giving one the same level of power as the great demon god. The great demonic god was only a legend. At that time, he was recognized as the #1 expert in the world by all three races. During his time, no one dared to challenge his prestige. The golden demon god's blood had endless uses. Because of the demon god's blood in his body, Yang Kai's body was so strong and his recovery ability was so abnormal. It was hard for Kai Yang to imagine how strong his body would become when all the blood in his body turned golden. The ancient demon clan's physique was extremely tough. It was also because of the demon god's bloodline. Compared to them, he was undoubtedly more orthodox. Purer. Immersing his consciousness into the black book space and communicating with the divine tree, Yang Kai's body began circulating its own secret art and began cultivating. Su Hui frowned and sighed. He's still the same, refusing to budge. Although I have deliberately not mentioned this matter during this time, I can feel that he has no intention of becoming the Holy Master. This little brat is quite interesting. Luo Sheng wore a look of amazement as he muttered, who in this world doesn't want to become the sect master of our 9 heavens holy land, reaching the heavens in a single bound? Why is he acting so indifferent when it comes to us? It's almost as if we're forcing him to do so. Pay attention to your words, that's the future holy master, not some little brat. Cheng Yu Tong, who was wearing a white dress and giving off a cold aura, shot Luo Sheng a glare, causing the latter to smile awkwardly before glancing over at Great Elder Su Hui. Seeing that he didn't show any signs of anger, Luo Sheng felt relieved. But it really is strange, Cheng Yu Tong frowned slightly. Could it be that he doesn't like my holy land? How could that be? Shi Kun snorted, although my holy land's old holy master has fallen, it is still a great force second to none. Whether in terms of fame or strength, it is still superior to his soaring heaven sect, so how could he not be interested in it? That's possible. Su Hui suddenly said, during this time, I led him to tour the 9 peaks and showed him the Holy Land's heritage. Although I heard him praise me a lot, I didn't feel as shocked as I imagined. It's as if in his eyes, all of this is nothing more than a passing cloud. Ah, this little brat, ahem, is the future Holy Master really like this? Luo Sheng was extremely surprised. Great Elder, do you know what he likes? We can cater to his interests, Meng Fei suggested. Meng Tianfei suggested, the Holy Land can't be without a leader. It's been almost a year since the previous Holy Master passed away. It's fine if the future Holy Master hasn't been found, but now that he's already in the Holy Land, the disciples are also discussing all day long why the succession ceremony hasn't been held yet. If this continues, the disciples won't have the heart to cultivate, which isn't a good thing. Yuing also nodded, if we know what he likes, we can keep him here. At the very least, we need to make him feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land. Only then can we ensure the Holy Land's prosperity be guaranteed. He should like strength. Su Hui's eyes flashed a light. After observing him for a while, I found that his pursuit of strength is the only constant. Besides that, everything else seems to be just a distraction to him. Even the few maidservants I arranged for him to stay with him, he hasn't even glanced at them. Is there a man in this world who doesn't like beautiful women? Luo Sheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, a look of disbelief filling his face. Do you think everyone is like you, lustful? Yuing coldly snorted, showing a displeased expression. Luo Sheng suddenly felt awkward. Could it be that he likes Her Highness the Saintess, that's why he's behaving like this? Qing Yutong suddenly thought of a possibility. In front of the woman they admired, no man dared to show his naughty side, often deliberately showing off his heroic side in order to attract their attention. If it was because of Saintess and Ling, Yang Kai acting like this wasn't unusual. Everyone present was experienced and had a deep understanding of this. Hearing this, they nodded their heads continuously. Su Hui smiled bitterly, that's not the case, it's the exact opposite. It's as if Her Highness the Saintess has fallen in love with him, but he only treats her as a friend. Poor Ling, Yuing and Qing Yutong couldn't help feeling a little distressed. They had both watched Ling, grow up, so naturally they had some feelings for her. Ling's expression was proud. What others can't do doesn't necessarily mean he can't. You haven't seen his ability yet, so it's natural to think so. I think he will definitely come out. The two beautiful women's eyes lit up and tentatively asked, what kind of ability does he have that can make you look at him so highly? Although they felt that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his strength wasn't bad, the two beautiful women had never seen Yang Kai fight before, so naturally they didn't know his depths. Ling was different. She had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so she should have some understanding of his background. Yuing and Qing Yutong were suddenly curious and wanted to ask her about it. I'm not too sure, but he always surprises people. And he said, even if he doesn't enter my holy land, in less than 30 years, he will be able to reach the same level as the old Holy Master. Same level as him? Yuying and Cheng Yutong both looked surprised and asked, "Wouldn't that be the peak of the Third Order Saint realm?" And Ling nodded seriously. Yuying smiled, now that he's a Second Order Transcendent, wanting to break through to the Third Order Saint realm in 30 years is probably impossible. And, there aren't many Third Order Saints in the entire world. Cheng Yutong also smiled, the two women obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Both of them were experienced masters and knew how difficult it was to break through to the Transcendent realm. The aptitude of these two women could be considered outstanding even in the entire world, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to reach the Saint realm. Even if Yang Kai was more powerful than them, it was impossible for him to achieve such an impossible feat in today's world, which Third Order Saint realm master was not several hundred years old. Even if they looked young, in fact, each of them had experienced the passage of time under the flowing time Great Emperor and had only reached their current achievements through the accumulation of time. Yang Kai looked to be only in his 20s, but saying he would reach this height in 30 years, didn't that mean he would be able to stand at the peak of this world in just 50 years? Reaching the Saint realm at the age of 100 was already rare, so a Third Order Saint in his 50s was simply impossible. Young and frivolous. Yuying and Cheng Yutong both pursed their lips and smiled, thinking that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "What are you laughing at?" And Ling looked at them angrily. "If he says he can, then he definitely can. Just wait, in 30 years, he will definitely reach the Third Order Saint realm. Let's talk about that after he leaves that place." Yuying frowned slightly as she looked towards Ling, worriedly, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Ling, do you like him very much? Otherwise, why would you speak up for him like this?" Chapter 797. Every time he cracked one of the 9 heavens' divine skills, the path in front of Yang Kai became more spacious. After breaking all 9, the entire mysterious small world seemed to have become much brighter, allowing Yang Kai to see directly into the holy tomb. Sweeping his divine sense around, Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. Originally, with the world energy here being so rich, Yang Kai thought that this mysterious small world would occupy a vast area, but only now did he discover that it was at most the size of a small town. This was the smallest mysterious small world Yang Kai had ever seen. In such a space, Yang Kai didn't know where so much world energy came from, but it was as if there was some kind of energy source that was constantly pouring into this mysterious small world. No matter how one tried to absorb it, it wouldn't have any effect. Inside the holy tomb, there were all kinds of dangerous barriers, all of which exuded hidden energy fluctuations and dangerous auras. Once someone accidentally touched one of these barriers, they would likely suffer a terrifying attack. Yang Kai being able to see through all of these barriers wasn't because of his keen eyesight, but rather because he had cracked all 9 divine skills before. The more he cracked, the more barriers he could see through. Yang Kai had cracked all 9 divine skills and was very familiar with them, so naturally he could see through the mysteries of the holy tomb at a glance. Not far away, there were several pale skeletons lying on the ground, their flesh and blood long gone. Even their robes had been reduced to dust. These skeletons should belong to those who had entered the holy tomb but failed to pass the test and died tragically here. These skeletons could be found throughout the holy tomb, numbering at least a few dozen. In addition to these skeletons, there were also huge coffins lying quietly in various corners of the holy tomb. These coffins were strangely shaped and varied in color, giving them a terrifying and gloomy appearance. Yang Kai secretly condensed his yuan qi, preparing for any unexpected situations as he walked towards the nearest coffin. After a while, Yang Kai arrived in front of this coffin. The coffin wasn't closed, and inside it lay the body of a middle-aged man who didn't seem to be very old. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. His eyes were attracted by the bronze ring on the man's left hand. After standing next to the coffin for a long time and confirming that it had not been tampered with, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched the ring on it. If his guess was correct, this ring should be the Holy Master Spirit ring Su Hui mentioned. Every old Holy Master would bring the Holy Master's Spirit ring into the Holy Tomb when they reached the end of their lifespan. The next Holy Master's greatest task was to bring this ring back from the Holy Tomb. Because this ring was related to the operation of the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land, without it, there were many places that were impossible to access. Furthermore, judging from the condition of this person's body, he should have died not long ago. He was definitely the previous generation's Holy Master. A third-order saint died after only 300 years, throughout the entire world, only Nine Heavens Holy Land would have such a situation. Looking at that person, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He felt that if he became the owner of this place, this would be a portrayal of himself 300 years later. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help snorting. Removing the ring from the previous generation's Holy Master's finger, Yang Kai carefully examined it before secretly shaking his head. He couldn't recognize what this ring was made of, but it should be an artifact with some kind of special function because there was a lot of extremely obscure energy flowing inside this ring that had not weakened in the slightest even after tens of thousands of years. He wanted to sweep this place clean. Exploring the coffins one by one, Yang Kai found that almost every coffin had some kind of harvest. These old holy masters were all top masters, so the artifacts they used were naturally not bad. All of them were saint-grade artifacts, most of them were saint-grade mid-rank, a few were saint-grade low-rank, and the only saint-grade high-rank artifact was the silver leaf. It was obvious how rare such artifacts were. Although these artifacts were quite good, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. Those swords, spears, staffs, and halberds weren't suitable for him, so if he encountered a life-or-death battle, he might as well use his bare hands. The only thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was a crimson-colored artifact armor. This artifact armor looked extremely beautiful and was light to the touch, definitely capable of withstanding the attacks of a Saint Realm Master without breaking. This was a woman's artifact armor that Yang Kai had obtained from a woman's skeleton inside one of the coffins. This coffin was different from the others. Inside it lay two skeletons, one of which was the Holy Master of the Holy Land while the other was the Saintess of that time. The two of them were closely huddled together, sharing life and death, causing Yang Kai to sigh a little. This artifact armor would be a good gift, whether it was given to Su Yen or Xia Ning Chang. It would provide a tyrannical defense. Thinking so, Yang Kai put away the artifact armor. A moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop in front of the last coffin. What made him feel slightly strange was that there didn't seem to be any trace of an artifact inside this coffin, and unlike the other coffins, this one was tightly shut and had a thick layer of spirit arrays surrounding it. After countless years, these spirit arrays had shown signs of loosening. For some reason, as soon as Yang Kai arrived here, the blood in his body began to flow faster and his heartbeat became stronger, as if there was something inside this coffin that was guiding his blood. Frowning, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Because of the spirit arrays surrounding this coffin, he couldn't sense the mysteries inside at all. However, this coffin was the only one here that was closed. Obviously, this Holy Master didn't want others to open it and investigate the secrets hidden inside. If not for this strange feeling, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone looking for trouble, but now he was very concerned about this coffin. Once this thought came to him, he could no longer suppress it. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai's expression became firm as he raised his hand and patted the coffin, yuan qi gushing out. A barrier placed by a third-order saint, logically speaking, should have been impossible for Yang Kai to break, but this Holy Master had been dead for who knows how many years, so this barrier should not have been at its peak. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to completely destroy these spirit arrays. Chapter 801. If Enling had begged him to stay when she discovered him, Yang Kai would have simply left without hesitation. But she had actually asked him to leave. This was obviously for his own good. Since Enling was so considerate, Yang Kai couldn't just walk away like this. Something big must have happened to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Seeing Yang Kai take the initiative to stay, Enling was particularly happy and quickly explained what had happened after he entered the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai then learned that it had been 9 months since he entered the Holy Tomb. The first half of the year was peaceful. But one day, nearly half a year later, the spirit arrays arranged around the 9 peaks suddenly lost their effectiveness, catching all the Holy Land's elders and protectors off guard. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find the cause, let alone repair or restart the spirit arrays. Just as everyone was at a loss, Saintess Nan, who noticed the disappearance of the spirit arrays and barriers, attacked the Holy Land. Everyone worked together to resist, and although they succeeded in forcing Saintess Nan to retreat, the Holy Land's foundations were destroyed and many of its disciples were injured or killed. At this time, foreign enemies invaded. Foreign enemies? Yang Kai was surprised. Although my Holy Land has been strong these past few years, which great force doesn't have enemies? When the old Holy Master was alive, we were able to deter them, but the old Holy Master has been dead for almost 2 years now and the new Holy Master has yet to succeed, allowing them to see an opportunity. My Holy Land's 9 peaks are an excellent place to cultivate, so many people are coveting them. Isn't that just throwing stones at someone who's down? Yang Kai sneered softly. Yes. Enling nodded, her expression sad. It's not all their fault. When the old Holy Master was alive, his methods were too harsh, causing them to feel resentment. That's not all, a trivial few small forces aren't enough to put in my Holy Land's eyes, but... Ewing continued, her brow furrowing as she lamented, but Saintess Nan has been stirring up so much trouble outside, causing several great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to gather a large number of masters to demand an explanation for my Holy Land. Those experts either harmed Saintess Nan's interests, or had their families and friends killed by Saintess Nan. They all view our Holy Land as a thorn in their side. When it rains, it pours, but when it rains the night, the boat is late enough to meet the headwind. Yang Kai frowned, finally understanding why Nine Heaven's Holy Land was in such a miserable state. However, Nine Heaven's Holy Land's barrier and spirit array had failed nearly half a year ago. At that time, Yang Kai happened to obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring. Could it be related to this? Yang Kai guessed, but he wasn't sure. Half a month ago, those people came again and cursed us, asking us to hand over the sage nun. But after the battle half a year ago, Saintess Nan was injured and fled far away. No one knows where she went. How can we find her? The great Long Chalk Elder spoke to them for a while, but it was to no avail. Those few powers who coveted my 9 peaks fanned the flames and started fighting. Both sides suffered casualties and this enmity grew deeper and deeper. Now it seems that no matter what, it can't be resolved. Sigh. What kind of forces came here to stir up trouble? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Naturally, the leaders were 3 nearby forces: Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. A look of disgust and hatred appeared on Yu Ying's pretty face. These 3 forces are the main culprits. If it was just one of them, even if my holy land's Yuan Qi suffered heavy losses, we wouldn't have put them in our eyes, but they also gathered many powerful masters from other forces, sects, and families. They are really ungrateful wolves. What do you mean? How did your old holy master protect them? Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. Didn't I tell you? Our holy land is located at the edge of the human territory, just past the towering mountain. The beast sea jungle on the other side is the territory of the monster race. If it weren't for the old holy master, the monster race great senior would have already led his people here and occupied this territory. Monster race? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked in surprise, is that the monster race's territory? Then why haven't they taken this opportunity to attack us? With the old holy master dead, it was reasonable to say that the monster race should be the ones to make the first move. There was a blood feud between the human race, monster race, and demon race, so none of them could stand the other. With such a great opportunity, the monster race had no reason to miss it. Yang Kai was keenly aware that there should be some inside story behind this, perhaps some unknown secret. Ling glanced at Yu Ying, seemingly asking for her opinion. Yu Ying's pretty face showed a complicated expression as she pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. Ling then whispered, the old holy master seems to have some friendship with the monster race great senior over there. This is probably one of the reasons why they didn't attack us. Oh? Yang Kai showed a look of interest as he sneered and said sarcastically, so it seems the monster race is more humane. The monster race great senior is certainly not weak. We haven't seen him, but he shouldn't be weak, Yu Ying nodded. That's the specific situation. After Ling said so, she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. Yu Ying also looked at him with a very nervous expression, fearing that he would simply walk away after learning about such a big trouble. If that were the case, Yu Ying would really cry. Since Yang Kai could safely emerge from the holy tomb, he must have passed the test. Now, he was completely equivalent to the holy master of the holy land. With such a person presiding over the holy land, the mood of the disciples could be stabilized and it would be more convenient for them to arrange their affairs. With 2 beautiful women, one young and one young, staring at him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling helpless and quickly asked, "Where is Su Hui?" Hearing him ask this, whether it was Ling or Yu Ying, both of their beautiful eyes brightened, Yu Ying quickly saying, "I'll take you to him." As he spoke, he led the way with a smile on his face. Yang Kai and Ling followed closely behind. Are you going to become the holy master of the holy land? Ling suddenly asked softly. I didn't say that, don't misunderstand. It's just that right now. I'll do whatever I can. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you resolve this disaster, but I can only say I'll do my best. If your holy land is really destroyed because of this disaster, at least you won't blame me. That's good, and Ling smiled, you're not bad, we really are friends, right? Yang Kai grinned wickedly, so don't fall in love with me, if you do then I'll leave and we won't even be friends. Don't be so full of yourself. Ling's cheeks flushed red as she couldn't help hitting Yang Kai affectionately, gritting her teeth as she said, do you really think all women in the world are attracted to you? Although you're a good person, you're not my type. What kind of man do you like? Yang Kai was stunned. Someone older than me, tall and strong, someone who knows how to take care of others. Ling suddenly fell into a fantasy, her beautiful eyes filled with sweetness and happiness. You really don't have good eyesight. Yang Kai kept shaking his head, a look of arrogance appearing on his face, causing Ling to giggle. There were countless kinds of materials here, enough to supply at least tens of thousands of people. No wonder the three nearby forces had taken the risk to attack Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Without even mentioning the fact that the Nine Peaks were an excellent place for cultivation, the materials here were enough to make anyone's eyes go red. In this world, everyone came for profit, everyone went for profit, this was an immutable truth. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest hesitation, taking all the alchemy materials into his black book space in case he needed them. His alchemy skills still needed to be improved. Although he could now refine saint-grade low-rank pills, he still wasn't skilled enough. Only by refining saint-grade mid-rank pills could he go to the endless snow mountain range to find Coffin Slave and enter the mysterious small world to lift the shackles of the ancient demon clan. Compared with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai valued the strength of Li Rong and Han Fei more. More or less because of the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai didn't want to have much to do with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The human and demon clans couldn't coexist, so if he were to become both the Holy Master and the leader of the ancient demon clan, these two forces would likely clash and Yang Kai would be caught in the middle. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai collected a large number of herbs and even the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill Li Rong had asked him to. At this point, all the materials needed to refine the Saint Pill had been collected. Yang Kai was in a good mood and felt that this trip was worth it, collecting some more crystal stones for cultivation before stopping. Su Hui was also busy, filling his universe bag with supplies and handing them to the disciples waiting outside so they could deliver them to the alchemists inside the Holy Land. After half a day, the bustle gradually subsided. "Little brother, don't you need to find something?" Su Hui saw that Yang Kai was empty-handed and didn't even have a universe bag on him, so he couldn't help but misunderstand. However, Su Hui was keenly aware that there were a lot fewer things in the storehouse, especially the alchemy materials, causing him to be puzzled. "No need," Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Then let's go out, if you want. You can come here at any time." Su Hui chuckled and left the storehouse without saying anything more. Su Hui then said, "I'll have to ask little brother to come with me to open the Nine Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier." Yang Kai nodded and motioned for Su Hui to lead the way. The Nine Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier were profound and were something that the Holy Land's previous Holy Masters had spent countless years perfecting. It was capable of withstanding the bombardment of Saint Realm Masters and wouldn't be damaged in a short time. Although each Holy Master was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, there were still times when a Holy Master would leave the Holy Land. With the protection of this Spirit Array and Barrier, the Holy Land would be safer. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in barriers and spirit arrays, almost never having dabbled in them before, but taking advantage of the Holy Master's spirit ring and following Su Hui's instructions, he didn't need to spend too much effort. All he needed to do was hold on to the Holy Master's spirit ring and follow Su Hui's instructions to open some key points. Shuttling back and forth between the Nine Peaks, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi consumed a great deal of energy, and it was only after half a day that he successfully opened the Nine Peaks Spirit Array and Barrier. The flow of world energy between the heavens and earth had obviously become much denser, and a thin layer of energy invisible to the naked eye had covered the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land, shrouding it in its own protection. What's more, these were the spirit arrays he had taught Xia Ningchang. Why would she arrange this here? According to Su Hui, she and Treasurer Meng hadn't taken anything away at that time, probably because the time wasn't right and they wanted to wait until the right time to return. What kind of secret was hidden in this icy pool? Was it related to unlocking the seal on Meng Wuya? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but he wasn't certain. Chu Lingxiao had said that Meng Wuya had fought with the demon commander and was struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, suppressing his cultivation to the peak immortal ascension boundary. He should have gone to the central capital to seek refuge or perhaps to search for the sacred spirit medicine body. Underneath the central capital, Meng Wuya had unlocked his first seal and restored his strength to the second-order transcendent realm. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what his current situation was. Yang Kai had always been curious about Treasurer Meng's true cultivation. This old man knew Chu Lingxiao, Ice Sect Master, Qingya, and the old Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. Which one of these three wasn't a top-level master? Being able to recognize these people, his own cultivation couldn't be too bad. On top of that, wherever he went, he would leave behind a mysterious impression. What are you doing here in the reflecting moon pond? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yang Kai had been lost in thought, so he hadn't even noticed the other party approach. Hearing this voice, his yuan qi surged but quickly calmed down, turning his head to Enling, and asking, just looking around, is this place called Reflecting Moon Pond? Enling smiled, looking up at the sky. There's no moon tonight. If there was a moon, this place would have been quite beautiful. I don't know what kind of secret this reflecting moon pond has, but it's able to make the reflection of the moon appear like it's real. In the past, Shaolian and I often came here to play. Seemingly thinking of the three sisters who had been killed by Saintess Nan, Enling's mood suddenly became gloomy. Is it really that mysterious? Yang Kai quickly changed the subject, lest she become even more sad. Then the secret hidden here, does your Nine Heavens Holy Land not know about it? Enling slowly shook her head. Great Elder didn't dare go down. No one knows how deep this reflecting moon pond is. The old Holy Master went down once to investigate but gained nothing. After he came out, he ordered us not to enter, so no one knows what is hidden inside. Moreover, when I stood on this mountain peak before, I didn't feel cold at all. Only when I went deep into the reflecting moon pond did I realize this, but now, for some reason, it has become like this. It should be related to the things arranged by that little girl. However, the square-headed young man was the most quick-witted and quickly said, "Me." Yang Kai glanced over at him and nodded lightly. "Tell me, where are you stationed?" "In a mountain valley 50 kilometers away from your sect." The young man was afraid that if he answered too slowly, Yang Kai would be dissatisfied, so he quickly replied. "How many people?" "At least 3,000, that's a lot of people. What about the Saint Realm cultivators?" Yang Kai continued to ask. 3,000 people, although less than half the number of Nine Heavens Holy Land's disciples. If they really fought, it still depended on the number of masters. If the masters won, the battle would be won. If the masters lost, the battle would be lost. Once one's strength reached the transcendent realm, no matter how many cultivators below the transcendent realm came, they wouldn't be put in their eyes. Lu Gui, if you dare leak information to the enemy, be careful you won't be able to keep your head when you return. An immortal Ascension boundary cultivator in the crowd suddenly recovered and shouted. Many others were also dissatisfied, glaring angrily at the young man named Lu Gui, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Lu Gui panicked and hesitated for a moment, not daring to continue, only staring at Yang Kai timidly and worriedly, fearing he would be dissatisfied. Yang Kai grinned gently and nodded. "You can rest assured, I promise you, no one will know you told me this, so it doesn't matter if you speak a little more." Saying so, he waved his hand, causing all the immortal Ascension boundary cultivators present to freeze in place, unable to move or speak, each of them shivering uncontrollably as cold sweat seeped out of their bodies. With Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Gui seemed to feel relieved and quickly revealed everything he knew. The more Yang Kai listened, the gloomier his expression became. This time, Nine Heavens' Holy Land was really in trouble. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld sect had taken advantage of Nine Heavens' Holy Land's external crisis to not only bring in their own friends and family, but also take advantage of the chaos Saintess Nan had stirred up outside to persuade more than a dozen great forces to come and attack Nine Heavens' Holy Land. These dozen great forces weren't very strong, each of them having at most a single Saint Realm Master, some of them not even having such a master. Counting the 6 Saint Realm Masters each of these 3 sects already had, the total number of Saint Realm Masters was about a dozen. In terms of numbers alone, Nine Heavens' Holy Land had twice as many transcendents as Nine Heavens' Holy Land. If a fight really broke out, Nine Heavens' Holy Land had no chance of winning. Even with the help of the spirit arrays and barriers, they would only be able to resist for a short time. As Su Hui had said, since these 3 sects had chosen to offend the Holy Land, they had made ample preparations and would not give the Holy Land a chance to make a comeback. These 3 sects had not attacked for 2 reasons. One was because they had made the declaration half a month ago, and the other was because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. In monster beast terms, this person was at the peak of the 7th order. Kong, a burly figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground not far in front of Yang Kai like a meteor. A cloud of dust flew up and a shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway. The monster beasts that had gathered around Yang Kai were also frightened and scattered. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. He saw a burly middle-aged man of about 40 years old standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were filled with contempt. What made him pay attention was his clothes. This person only wore some simple animal skin clothes. His hair was wild and his thick black hair was messy in the wind. At first glance, this person looked like a lion that had gone berserk, appearing rather wild and unrestrained. A monster race. Yang Kai instantly determined this person's identity. The roars just now should have been the monster beast sending him a message. After receiving the news, this monster race master had immediately rushed over. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The monster beast, who had been getting along well with Yang Kai, seemed to have been infected by his mood. At this moment, all of them were baring their teeth and roaring towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and slowly stood up, his expression calm. "Human, you dare intrude into the Beast Sea jungle, your courage isn't small." As soon as the middle-aged monster race master appeared, he shouted, his monster chi surging as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. "I have some matters to attend to here, I hope this friend can remain calm and listen to my explanation." Yang Kai smiled warmly. "Who's your friend?" The burly monster race master waved his broad palm, a look of disdain on his face as he spat, "Despicable human, my monster race has never been friends with you." "Ah." Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. The other party obviously rejected him, making him feel a little helpless. Then may I ask for your excellency's name? Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. Great Senior bestows the name, Wild Lion. The monster race master wore a proud expression, as if being bestowed a name by the Great Senior was a great honor, coldly snorting, do you remember? Yes, Yang Kai nodded seriously. Damn you, Wild Lion shook his head and looked around before shouting, what did you do to my compatriots? Why did I see them acting so intimately towards you just now? I didn't do anything, I just gave them some pills. Yang Kai casually explained, don't worry, they are all pills for cultivation, they will only benefit them and won't do them any harm. Pill? Wild Lion's eyes lit up, as if he was very sensitive to these two words. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, I still have some here, does Brother Wild want some? It's our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare anything, this is just a small gift to show my respect. Chapter 8:13. At the edge of the beast transformation pond, the Great Senior stared deeply at Yang Kai, his expression indifferent as he said, recover for a while, we'll talk later. Yang Kai smiled and nodded before sitting down cross-legged. In front of the Great Senior, Yang Kai's divine sense continued to penetrate into the beast transformation pond, seemingly trying to comprehend something. The Great Senior noticed this but did not stop him, instead just waving his hand and ordering his clansmen who had gathered around to watch the fun to disperse. Looking at Yang Kai meditating with his eyes closed, the Great Senior's mouth curled slightly, feeling that he might be able to figure out some of the secrets he had been trying to figure out for years. And this secret had actually been discovered by a human. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. This little brat, the Great Senior shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that he had underestimated his ability. On top of that, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge. This secret was simply too shocking. Yang Kai sat there for a day and a night, recovering while exploring the mysteries of the beast transformation pond. The Great Senior became impatient and had long since returned to Thunder Tree Palace. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, only Kai Dai was left at the edge of the beast transformation pond. This monster race beauty with a pair of 7-colored wings was looking at Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes. When their 4 eyes met, Kai Dai's expression suddenly became a little unnatural and she quickly looked away. Kai Dai, Master. Yang Kai nodded to her and stood up. Have you recovered? Kai Dai asked faintly. Yang Kai nodded, not knowing if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that this woman's hostility towards him seemed to have lessened a lot. Since you've recovered, come with me, the great senior has been waiting for you. Kai Dai said, flapping her wings and leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. None of them spoke along the way, but when they arrived at the Thunder Tree Palace, the monster beast and monster race masters all stood up, all of them looking at Yang Kai with a kind expression, none of them showing the rejection they had when Yang Kai first arrived here. It seemed that because Yang Kai had saved the white jade deer, he had won their collective goodwill. The monster race really is united. Yang Kai praised inwardly. This kind of situation would likely never occur in any of the human race's great forces. At most, Yang Kai would only gain the goodwill of a select few, but here in the monster race, no one dared to despise Yang Kai anymore, all of them treating him as the most honorable guest they had ever seen. Arriving at the top of the Thunder Tree Palace, in front of the great senior's room, Kai Dai stopped. Go in. Thank you very much. Yang Kai smiled and walked into the house. Hey! Kai Dai suddenly shouted. What? Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and was surprised to find that her expression was somewhat difficult. Her pink lips wriggled a few times before she mumbled, "Thank you." After saying that, he flew down quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, shaking his head as he walked into the great senior's room. Inside, the great senior looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said kindly, "Sit down." Saying so, he glanced towards the door and said, "You are the first human to have obtained Kai Dai's approval. Even when your Holy Land's old Holy Master came here many times, she never gave him a good look." "Oh? Then I'm really honored," Yang Kai raised his brow. The great senior smiled and shook his head, "But don't blame her for being prejudiced against you, there is a reason for this." Saying so, he handed over a jar of wine. "Let's drink and talk. This wine was also brought here by your old Holy Master." The great senior nodded lightly and no longer said anything. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. The great senior stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before saying, "About what happened before, are you ready to explain it to me? What does great senior want to know? What do you know?" The great senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai frowned. "I know the general idea." "How do you know?" "Even I haven't been able to understand the mysteries below the beast transformation pond." The great senior's expression suddenly became solemn. "Because it is a natural spirit array. Great senior isn't proficient in spirit arrays, right?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Presumably, great senior has also investigated. There is an earth vein at the bottom of this mountain valley that stretches through the ground. A huge amount of energy flows through this earth vein, and the beast transformation pond is the external manifestation of this earth vein. However, the beast transformation pond seems to contain another mysterious power that I haven't figured out yet, but it seems to be able to help your monster race achieve human form. Explain it in detail." The great senior quickly said. "I won't hide it from great senior, I am actually an alchemist. The natural spiritual array below is somewhat similar to the spiritual array I use to refine pills. However, that spiritual array is formed by the convergence of countless small spiritual arrays. It is extremely profound and complex. When you monster race achieve human form, it is basically equivalent to an alchemist performing alchemy. What is the relationship between the two?" The great senior was confused. The beast transformation pond is the furnace, the earth vein is the spirit array, and the pond water is the medicinal catalyst. You can use the monster race as alchemy pills. You can use the monster race as alchemy pills? When performing alchemy, a variety of herbs are gathered together to produce some magical and subtle changes, allowing the medicinal liquids to condense into pills. This is also the case when you achieve human form. When you enter the beast transformation pond, you will be in your beast form, but when certain conditions are met, your flesh and blood will change and you will be in your human form when you come out. The great senior frowned as he muttered to himself, seemingly carefully digesting what Yang Kai had just said. Although his strength was exquisite and his cultivation was profound, when faced with the alchemy territory, he was still somewhat at a loss. After a long time, the great senior helplessly said, "I only understand half of what you said, it's not easy to explain." If great senior is willing to learn alchemy, it shouldn't take him more than 8 or 10 years to fully understand. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. However, great senior's monster chi isn't suitable for alchemy. I don't need to understand alchemy, I just need to understand how the spirit array below the beast transformation pond works. If I'm not mistaken, the reason my clansmen often experience accidents when they achieve human form is because the natural spirit array is damaged, right? I was able to repair it, so I was able to save that white jade deer. Yang Kai nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, after the crisis of my 9 heavens holy land is resolved, how about I teach great senior the relevant spirit array? What condition? The great senior narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, somewhat vigilant. For any alchemist or artifact refiner, the spirit array they master is a core secret and will not be easily divulged. Doing so will cause me great losses. How does great senior intend to compensate me? The great senior glared at Yang Kai angrily for a moment before cursing, hateful. As long as you can teach me that spirit array, my monster race will owe you a favor. Layers of ripples constantly appeared on the barrier at a certain location, but it remained impregnable. No matter how fiercely those people attacked it, there were no signs of damage. The Holy Master's spirit ring was in Yang Kai's possession and he was the one who opened the 9 Peaks barrier, so it could be said that there was a subtle connection between him and this barrier. Any attack that hit the barrier, Yang Kai could feel it 100 times more clearly than Su Hui and the others. These attacks were only the work of a few transcendent realm cultivators, the Saint Realm Masters had not contributed at all. Yang Kai understood. A short time later, the group of people arrived at the edge of the 9 Peaks and stood high up in the air, looking down. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling, so many people.